Hello everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thank you guys for joining me. I'll be your astrologer for the month of December 2025. This is going to be the horoscopes for the 12 rising signs. I use Western astrology and I'm going to be showing this to you guys from the perspective of the whole sign system. Definitely listen to your rising sign to get an idea of what's going on for the month ahead. Definitely consider listening to your sun and your moon sign as well. And I'm excited to get into it. Now, just to let you guys know, we have about 20 decks left. Actually, probably even less than that. I think last I checked this morning was 18. So we have 18 decks left of my Sword in the Rose tarot deck that I created. We launched it a few weeks ago. We are only selling 100 total. And when they're sold out, they're sold out. So make sure you guys ask Santa for one of these for Christmas. Click the link below in the description to head over to my Etsy store. We are needing you guys to place your orders prior to December 5th if you want to get it in time for Christmas. So likely it will sell out probably by December. So if you guys are watching this in November, check it out. You can find that at beyondtheveiltarot.com. While you guys are there, definitely sign up for my newsletter. I will not spam you, but as you guys know, we put a bunch of my courses on sale for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. So that entire kind of weekend, you guys are going to be able to see specials that we're doing. You'll get emails as they kind of come out for some of the alerts, but we do some pretty hefty price deals and breaks on my courses. So if you've been wanting to take my Astro 101 or my 201, if you want to learn how to read tarot, if you want to take my relationship webinars, and we will also probably be having specials on my personal transit calendars, as well as anything that's kind of connected to products in the stores. So stay tuned for that, and I hope you guys enjoy. We will be putting out information on the 2026 horoscopes. I am working on those right now, so I hope to have them out right at the beginning of December for purchase. So we're going to make a general kind of 12 signs review, which is probably going to be around 90 minutes long per sign. And I'm going to take you through all of the biggest transits for the year, what's going on with eclipses, which are new signs, planets changing signs, the whole 9 yards, and you'll get a digital audio file for that. Also, a lot of people have been asking me if I'm going to bring back my 2026 personalized 2026 review. So if you guys didn't check it out last year, definitely check it out. I only limit it to about 10 to 15 people. It's really lengthy, and I'm going to go through your transits month by month. We look at your progressions, your solar returns. I have got a new format for that, where you're going to get a Wheel of the Year reading. You're also going to be getting your personal numerology and how it correlates to 2026. I have remedies, recommendations, rituals, and all of the best times for traveling, finance, relationships, health, and much, much more. So stay tuned for that. That one sold out in like a day or two last year. So we will be sending out emails to let you guys know when I'm taking orders for that. I will be probably taking orders in December, and I have a date to kind of get all of them out round about January 11th, 2026. So once we open it up, we'll take the orders in the order that we receive them, and I'm going to start working on them in December. So let me plan your 2026 for you and check that out when it comes out. All right, so thank you for letting me do my holiday plug. I appreciate it. Obviously, if this is your first time that you're here, welcome. I'm glad to have you here. This is the list of transits that I'm going to be taking a look at for December 2025. Now, we will go through the rising signs. I'm going to talk about where it's happening in your chart, what to kind of expect, how to work with it, and I'll give you guys some tips. But in a nutshell, the December 2025 overview, it feels like a grand finale to me. It's not just because obviously December is the last month of the year, but it's a grand finale and kind of like a soft opening for 2026 at the same time. Now, December is going to arrive pretty bright. There's going to be lots of adventurous energy because we're going to have a ton of planets that are going to be moving through Sagittarius. And I really feel like we're going to have a little bit more wind in our sails this month. We will also find that we're shifting energy from Sagittarius to Capricorn. So Sag is going to kind of quietly like hand the reins to this disciplined earth sign, and that's going to be happening right around the winter solstice here in the northern hemisphere. December to me feels optimistic. It also feels a little bit more realistic. I think there's going to be some playful energy, but as we're shifting to the end of the month, we become a little bit more mature. And when I look at December, it's almost like, the dreams that we want to make happen, we just have to kind of show up. We have to bring a blueprint. So we're going to have to get a little bit more serious and kind of determined as we shift into Capricorn season. However, like I said, the tone's a little bit more hopeful. We're going to find that this month is very constructive. I think we're kind of closing old chapters in December with gratitude, and we're planting new seeds when it comes to this new year. Probably learning that real magic happens when inspiration meets structure this month. So these are the key transits that I'm going to be going over, just to give you guys a little bit of like a general insight. We're going to be starting first on December the 4th. This is when we're going to have a full moon in Gemini, and it'll be taking place at 13 degrees. So look at your chart, see if you have any planets around 12, 13, 14 degrees of Gemini. If so, it's very personal for you. Now, obviously, Gemini full moons, they're very chatty, and this is going to be all about lighting up communication. It's also going to be about ideas, short distance travel, movement. And now Mercury is direct. It's still in shadow until mid-month, but Mercury is direct. So we are going to see that there's going to be pretty good communication under this particular full moon. I do think that there's going to be major revelations happening in conversations. We're probably going to see some, text kind of lighting up and finally understanding something that has been kind of fuzzy. And you have to think back to what happened in June of 2025 when we had a new moon. So this is kind of the aha moment. Everything's kind of coming to completion. This is a full moon that you really want to focus on speaking your truth and doing it kindly. This is also about listening twice as much as we talk and, not signing anything unless we sleep on it, okay? Now, on December 6th, we are going to see Mercury coming into a trine with Jupiter in Cancer. So we've seen some of these aspects that have been playing out more or less since October of this year. Obviously, when Mercury was in pre-shadow in Scorpio, it was trining Saturn and Neptune. It was also trining Jupiter. So not only do we have Mercury direct this month, but we also see that Mercury is coming back into that fortuitous trine with Jupiter in Cancer. Yes, it's emotional. Yes, it's very sensitive. But I think that this can be very sweet. It can be very generous. And this is also about being deep and honest when it comes to the flow of words and really kind of speaking in a heart-centered way and really expanding on our emotions. Now, the effect of this is that we're going to find that there's lucky things happening. There's good news. It could be lucky conversations about money. It could be about friends. It could be about family or our home or living situation. But it certainly does promote healing. That's what the water trines do. Our intuition is off the charts in early December. So watch for prominent dreams, signs, and omens. And this might be a time where you're really ready to kind of schedule a heart-to-heart with someone. And it might be something that you've been avoiding. But this can be a good day to have, conversations that can really heal instead of hurting. So watch for that on the 6th. Now, on the 8th of December, we're going to see Mars in Sagittarius coming into a square with Saturn in Pisces. So this is a little tricky because obviously Saturn is the taskmaster. It's about discipline, timing, and it does feel like there are some roadblocks. And you will see throughout December planets going through Sagittarius, forming a square to Saturn where we're going to have to kind of pivot and really think something over before we make a move. We're also going to see planets go through Sagittarius and square Neptune in Pisces. And these are all superior squares, guys. So Sagittarius has the upper hand, and it's all about the truth. It's all about the bigger meaning, the purpose. And we're finally going to be able to kind of cut through the fog and see our way forward. And we're going to feel, I think, a lot more optimistic about it as well. With that being said, Saturn squares is a reality check. So on the 8th, when Mars squares Saturn, we might feel like enthusiasm is kind of slamming into a wall, and there is like an invisible boundary. So for many of us, time crunches, energy, levels kind of dwindling, feeling like we're, not ready or willing to risk breaking the rules, and certainly some old fears can be coming up. But remember, this is squaring Pisces. So it's about what we haven't seen, getting out of our own way. Watch for potential frustration. There can be fatigue. We can also find that we're kind of asking ourselves, why is this harder than it should be? And if you can navigate this appropriately and slow down, you'll find that, one deliberate step forward beats making 10 frantic ones. And so rest can be very productive when we're seeing this Mars square Saturn. On the 10th of the month, we're going to see Neptune station direct in Pisces. So if you happen to have anything around 28, 29 degrees of Pisces, this is going to be very impactful for you, as well as my Pisces risings. Now with Neptune stationing direct, it's been retrograde for 5 months. And this is the planet that deals with dreams. It's about compassion. This is also connected to imagination and kind of our vision suddenly becoming a little bit more clear. Now it's great for spiritual creativity. It's also great when it comes to anything revolving around empathy. Likely our emotions and our dreams can feel like they're kind of becoming crystal clear again. And it's almost as if the fog is lifting. So you will probably be remembering what you cared about so deeply, or you will finally start to kind of feel a little bit more in tune with what directions you're taking in the Pisces area of your chart. I recommend to navigate this, to meditate, right? Make art, to forgive, maybe not forget, but we can forgive, and focus on the big spiritual downloads that can be available with Neptune going direct. Now on the same day, we're going to see Mercury coming into an opposition with Uranus. This will be on the 10th. Guys, we saw this around Halloween. It happened when Mercury was in Sagittarius and Uranus was in Gemini. It also has been happening again in this last week under that Scorpio new moon, on the 19th, 20th. Mercury's been in opposition to Uranus. It's been a shit show. I'm not going to candy coat that. It's definitely not been easy for communication. It does bring a lot of frustration in communications, especially when it comes to feelings versus values. And obviously Uranus is a lightning bolt. So this is going to be bringing up more sudden, unexpected news. So I think it can be great for brilliant ideas, breakthroughs, but I think that it also brings disruptive truths. It can bring shocks and surprises, especially when it comes to finances and relationships. And obviously we see some hiccups and issues when it comes to gadgets, when it comes to business, transportation, also anything that deals with the financial markets. Taurus is about money and banks. Anything connected to Scorpio is going to be about debt and lending. So there is this tension that's been going on in financial matters. Try to stay flexible and don't cling to plans. I think this is really where the genius energy kind of arrives, but it's disguised as chaos. And some of the conflict that comes up really allows you to kind of see, okay, what actually needs to change. So go back to the 29th through the 31st of October. We saw that the first time. Think about what's been happening this last week, the 18th, the 19th, the 20th of November, same thing. And then you're going to see this final opposition taking place on December the 10th. But likely it's finally clearing some stuff up. Now, then on December 11th, we're going to see Mercury re-emerge and come back into Sagittarius. So now it's working back into the Jupiterian, obviously mutable fire sign. This is where the mind gets its sense of humor back. Hopefully we'll be able to kind of look back on what happened in October and November and laugh about it. And we shift from that really intense Scorpio mindset to, mind wide open, more curiosity, more optimistic. Obviously, Mercury does have some challenges here. It can be a little bit mouthy. And it can also be a little bit too scattered, trying to think about the bigger picture, that it can't quite grasp the details. And remember, Mercury is still in shadow until the 15th. So, maybe our mind is now going to be more set on travel planning. Now we're focusing on publishing. We're focusing on teaching. Big picture thinking becomes more joyful again. So obviously, if you're a Sag or a Sag rising, you're going to have the megaphone. And those of you guys ruled by Mercury, this is going to feel like, okay, now we're finally working out of the funk that we've been in. Now on December 15th, Mars moves into Capricorn, and I'm very excited for this transit. I have been waiting for it because this is going to be 6 weeks that we're going to get a lot of work done. Even if Mars isn't moving through, your 6th or your 10th house, Capricorn is about work, responsibility, showing up. And we're also going to have, Saturn that's going to be going direct as well. So putting all of these things together, okay, it basically means that we're finally going to be able to feel like we can get some action and forward motion. And Mars is exalted in Capricorn, so it can do its best work here. The same day, we will also find that we're out of the Mercury retrograde shadow. So not only are we ready and willing to get things done with Mars and Capricorn, but now communication, kind of confusion is going to clear up. So on the 15th, we're going to feel a very powerful surge. Obviously, with Mars's exaltation, our ambition gets very disciplined. This is because it's a Saturn sign. And we're going to feel more effective. That Mercury retrograde fallout finally ends. And maybe for those of us who feel like there's been delayed projects or delayed work or, finding a job or getting work done, right mid-month, we're going to have like this second wind where we can get a lot of stuff done before the end of 2025. So most of us may feel like we're finally in charge of our life again. To channel this energy into, the best use, I would say, pick 1 or 2 big goals, focus on those goals. Any scattered efforts over the next 6 weeks is going to go to waste. And look at the Capricorn area of your chart, because that's where you're going to be seeing the action. On the 16th of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Sagittarius coming into a square with Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so this is another slow down, see the stop sign day. And also with Saturn squares, there's always this delay, but this one is where our ego can get a bit of a check. This is about, being gentle with Saturn and Pisces, but also firm when it comes to reality. This is where the ego is kind of bumping up against structure or authority figures. So yes, there can be some temporary heaviness this day. You may not find yourself asking yourself, am I enough? Am I ever going to be able to work through this? Do I believe I can accomplish this? And I would say use the 16th more as like an editing time period. It's about refining, not abandoning your goals, just kind of taking some of the things in stride and maintaining your optimism as you move forward. On the 19th of the month, we're going to see a new moon in Sagittarius, which will be taking place at 28 degrees. So if you have anything at 27, 28, 29 degrees of Sag, this is your new moon. And my Saggies, this is the time you have been waiting for. This is when you're going to start to feel like you can come up for air again. This new moon is gorgeous, obviously, with Jupiter in Cancer. That's the dispositor. It's not making any direct aspects to Jupiter. Jupiter is retrograde, but I do feel like it's perfect for setting bold intentions. And it can be about travel, it can be about learning and spirituality, as well as truth. I think that generally speaking, knowing that Jupiter is in Cancer and having this new moon, it is going to be a little bit more emotional and sentimental than usual. Typically, this is a positive moon, but I want to keep it real with you guys. That new moon is squaring Neptune, so there is some issues with clarity and deception. That new moon is also slightly square Saturn, so we're going to have to work hard to overcome some of the blockages and the emotions and the feelings and the limitations. And sometimes for some of us, it's that fear mindset that's getting in the way. And so I keep telling everybody a little bit of optimism is going to go a long way in December. I would really recommend writing down your vision for 2026. Under this new moon, especially, if it's something that revolves around home and family situations. So look at where Cancer is in your horoscope. Some of the intentions of the new moon is actually kind of tied to that. And, envision it as if it's already true, and then speak it out loud and feel it in your heart space and in your chest to help manifest that. On the 20th of the month, we're going to see then Venus come into a square with Saturn and Pisces. So Venus will be moving through Sagittarius at this time. Once again, we got a lot of kind of speed bumps this month. So it's like a brief, do I deserve this? Do I have enough? Am I worthy of this? Do I feel beautiful? And it can be some hard checks in finances and relationships with this square, especially because Venus in Sag has a tendency to want to make everything big. Saturn in Pisces can mean, I'm not getting that validation, or I'm not seeing it, or I'm feeling lonely. So do I feel good enough? And relationships or finances can feel like they're cooling off maybe for about 48 hours around this transit. It can also bring some reality checks in certain financial relationships. Now, I would say to navigate this, you really want to focus on self-worth, because Venus is about that. And that can very much be the medicine to kind of navigate this transit. Do one small luxurious thing for yourself anyway. That's what I would say. Nothing big, but this can be a time where you just need to kind of reinforce or practice a little bit of self-care. On the 21st of the month, we will see the sun go into Capricorn. So we are going to be entering into Capricorn season. This in the Northern Hemisphere is the winter solstice, the longest, darkest night of the year. And this is where we are now reevaluating and kind of going, where do we go from here? Because from here forward, we're now working towards what will then be the spring equinox. So the light can return, okay? And it takes a little bit of light to illuminate the dark. So I know that things can feel a little heavy during Capricorn season for some people. The energy will shift, obviously from this expansive fire Sagittarius energy to ambitious Saturn-ruled Earth. So we all get a little bit more serious, I think, in the best way. This can be a great day for setting intentions and building something that's long lasting. That's what really Capricorn wants to do. On December 24th, Christmas Eve, Venus goes into Capricorn. So if you happen to be ruled by obviously Venus, if you're a Taurus or a Libra rising, this is more prominent for you, as well as my Capricorn placements. This means that love, money, and beauty all get a little bit of a glow up. And it's more of a sense of, commitment feeling sexy. It can also mean that gifts that are given now have long-term value. It can also mean things that are older or traditional or vintage. The effects of this means that also relationships can stabilize, finances can improve, and aesthetics get more of like an elegant and kind of timeless feel. So it's very classy, traditional for Christmas. If you guys are dressing up that way, it would not surprise me. And it's really excellent for giving great gifts, quality gifts, things that are going to last. On the 30th of the month, we're going to see Mercury coming into a square with Saturn. So now Mercury's in Sagittarius, and it's going to square Saturn. So it's going to be another speed bump. This is like the final exam of the year. It's kind of the irony that it's happening on the 30th. It's about really refining our vision one last time. And Mercury rules the South Node in Virgo. So if you're saying to yourself, next year, I'm going to quit drinking, I'm going to quit smoking, I'm going to find a new job, I'm going to go to the gym more, maybe start really thinking about some of those things with what's coming up on the 30th. And you might kind of feel a little agitated and fed up, but realize that it's time to kind of let something go. This also means that there could be serious conversations that are setting the tone for 2026. And obviously the squares to Saturn and Neptune are a little, people kind of going like, ooh, what is 2026 going to bring? And if you know just a little bit about astrology about next year, you guys know just how intense 2026 is. It's a 1 year. We're going to have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in February at 0 degrees. We've got Uranus going back into Gemini. We've got Pluto in Aquarius. They're all going to be making, an aspect to each other. There's going to be this big sextile that's going to be happening where they're all going to sextile each other. Very unusual astrology. So, on the 30th, when it comes to these serious conversations, just remember to say it kindly, right? And remember that words are long lasting now. With Saturn squares, we can have a tendency to feel like the delay is a setback and we get agitated, or that we're not feeling loved or we're not feeling heard. And really it's the universe kind of giving us a little bit of a reality check and needing to take a beat before we move on to the next thing. So the takeaway is that December 2025, I think, is going to be handing you two gifts. One is permission to dream out loud. That is Sagittarius season. And the other one is going to be the mature power tools to make those dreams real. And that's going to be Capricorn season. So it is a month of joyful expansion, obviously followed by a lot of focus on grounding. We want to really take appreciation for maybe what's happened throughout this last year, what we've learned, and try to close the year out with gratitude for how far we've come. So that way we can step into 2026 knowing that, the universe has already begun to say yes to the version of us that's brave enough to move forward and build it. So let's get into the 12 signs. Let's talk about what's going to be happening with the 12 signs. And as a reminder, listen to your rising sign if you want to see where these actions are kind of playing out and taking place. That's going to tell you quite literally where to expect some of the effects and how it's going to manifest. But do listen to your sun and your moon sign, especially when you're listening to the new and the full moon predictions. They can really resonate with those two placements. All right, so let's get into it. We're going to start with Aries and Aries risings. All right, Aries and Aries risings. What's going on, guys? How are you doing? Let me get my chart up here. Sorry about that. There we go. It's still Mercury retrograde, so I get a little bit of a break. I'm excited to talk with you guys about what's going on this month. Obviously, there is a lot of things that are happening, and we're going to start first by talking about what's going on with your planetary ruler. So Mars, your planetary ruler, is going to be changing signs from Sagittarius, and it will go into Capricorn. So it's going to start the month in another fire sign, then it's going to be moving into Capricorn in your 10th house. Now, when it starts the month in your 9th house, this is all about travel. It's about expansion, the bigger picture kind of vision for your life. And then it moves into Capricorn on the 15th of December. And this is going to be lighting up the house that deals with career, reputation, and long-term achievement. So you go from traveling, focusing, having a good time studying to, okay, the next 6 weeks is going to be very business oriented. Not only is Mars your chart ruler, but it's exalted in the 10th house. So that's going to give you quite a bit of power. The one thing that you're probably going to want to watch for is that as Mars is kind of coming out of Sagittarius and into Capricorn, it is going to come into a square with Saturn, and it is going to come into a square with Neptune. And it can represent having some blind spots, not seeing things so clearly, there being some confusion, and maybe just needing to be mindful of if you're traveling, or be mindful of any changes revolving around higher education, international relationships, anything revolving around also, legal matters. And getting lost. I think like Mars in the 9th house square Neptune could mean like you're getting lost in the conversation, or something's not making sense, or you're trying to kind of navigate in a foreign place. That can happen. So I think that, the month really has these two distinct chapters. Up until the 15th, it's more about this hunger for meaning. And then, whether that means legal wins, encouraging yourself, to believe in something bigger, if you're in foreign places, if there are new philosophies coming up. And then after the 15th, that's going to be more this energy where it's laser focused on climbing the mountain. The 10th house is the highest point in your chart. So then you can suddenly see clearly. And by the end of the year, I think that you're really going out with a bang, and then you're going to get a lot of work done up until the very beginning of January next year. So let's now walk through, look at some of these transits that I kind of mentioned, and talk about where they're going to be taking place for the month ahead. Now, the first thing is on the 4th of December, you're going to have this full moon that's going to be happening in Gemini in your natal third house. And the third house is all going to be about your mind. So when you have a full moon here, it's almost like it's flooding your mind, or your phone, or your inbox, and your neighborhood with conversations. And there's going to be contracts, that maybe begun in June earlier this year, or conversations or things that you were studying that now is reaching its full expression under this full moon. I think this is a full moon that's about speaking your truth plainly. It's also going to be about dealing with siblings, short trips, and bold ideas that may potentially be blessed. Now, at the time of this particular full moon coming in, it looks like Mercury is still going to be in Scorpio, and that's going to be the ruler or the dispositor of this full moon. And it'll be hanging out in your 8th house of joint income and money, and it'll also be making some trines to Saturn and Neptune, and making some trines to Jupiter. So watch for conversations about savings, tax documents, anything to deal with, inheritance paperwork, conversations that you're having with your siblings about money. It could be secrets that are being exposed about financial situations and family. But I don't see it necessarily being a bad full moon. So maybe you're on the move. Some of you guys might buy a car. Some of you guys might be refinancing a car, or you're going to be kind of dipping into your savings to pick up a gadget. On the 6th of the month, you're then going to see Mercury in Scorpio, trining Jupiter in Cancer. So Mercury's still moving through the 8th house at this time, where the mind is on secrets, intimacy, communications, psychological themes, and it'll form a trine to Jupiter in your 4th house of home. So you've seen this off and on for the last month or so. I like this because I feel like this is going to give you the opportunity to have deep, honest talks about money, okay? And it can be about inheritance, emotional debt, or intimacy, and this is about really kind of there being more generosity here. Family secrets can heal. It can also be dealing with a loan or a tax matter or an investment discussion that really resolves in your favor. On the 8th of the month, you'll see Mars in Sagittarius in your 9th house of travel, coming into a square with Saturn. So this is what you want to watch for, Aries. This basically means that you have big plans, and it's possible that you're hitting this invisible wall that I keep talking about. So that could be fear, that could be fatigue, that could mean that you feel like there's an old spiritual wound coming up. Some of you guys might have jet lag from traveling. That's the other way I can interpret that. It's really important for you to slow down, and just remember that rest is not surrender. It's just simply like you reloading, because you can be feeling a little worn down, especially if you're traveling or if you're going back and forth with studies or like legal matters. You can feel just wiped out. On the 10th of the month, you'll see that Neptune stations direct, and that's going to be taking place in the 12th house. And then, Saturn and Neptune's coming your way soon. So my interpretation of this is that whatever has been cloudy, emotional, or just residing in your subconscious, it's now going to start to finally lift. And many of you guys will notice that there's going to be a heavy focus on dreams, your intuition, and an emphasis on private healing that's taking on a clearer shape. Trust the quiet knowing that arrives now, because likely you'll feel that you have some kind of spiritual support or presence or something that is kind of help boosting you up and helping you heal and feel more confident as you move forward. On the 10th, we will also see that nasty Mercury in opposition to Uranus and Taurus. So obviously it's been going on for the last month. Mercury has been moving through Scorpio in your 8th house of other people's money and resources, tax matters, intimacy matters, and it's been forming an opposition to Uranus in your 2nd house of personal income and values. So likely there's been a bit of a stressful back and forth conversation or situation about money or something you share with other people or something you owe. Okay, so credit cards, debt, loans. And it's shocking. It's like, okay, this money went out, this money's coming in, this money's due, and it seems like it's sending you for a bit of a tailspin. And some of it has felt like it's just things that are coming out that you never really expected involving another person. It's important that when this happens, you have to stay calm, because yes, there is a surprise that's going to come with the shocks of Uranus, but ultimately it frees you from old financial obligations. So you're finally dealing with some of those old karmic or financial debts. On the 11th of the month, you'll see Mercury move back into Sagittarius in your 9th house. So there is like now a Sag party that's kind of going on here. Mercury obviously deals with short distance travel, communications, and documents or learning. It's also about your schedule and your work. This is going to manifest, I think, for a lot of you guys as, okay, now you're starting to kind of open up a little bit more. The mind kind of widens, and it's perfect for studying. It's good for publishing. Or planning future trips in 2026. Now, something to kind of consider is that with all of this Sagittarius in the skies, doesn't matter what degree your sun, moon, or rising is, a lot of you guys are going to be experiencing trines that are going to be taking place. So I think a lot of Aries and Aries risings are going to be like, I got to stay positive, got to stay active, you know, I have to be traveling or I have to be learning. And kind of getting out of your own way. And you're going to see that the energy is going to move, I think, quite rapidly compared to the last 2 months. Now, on the 15th of the month, Mars, your chart ruler, goes into Capricorn and the Mercury shadow ends. So I look at this and I go, all right, now it's exalted. It's in your house of career. So your ambition is sharp. You guys might find that your reputation rises. Authority feels natural to you. And maybe there's a sense of just feeling like work is going your way. Only about every 2 years do you get Mars in this particular house. And I think it can be really wonderful because with the delays that had been taking place in autumn, now it's over. Okay. And now if you guys are ready to launch a business, or if you're thinking about starting a new job, or if you're going to go looking for a new job, or you're just wanting to take more authority in your life, it's going to come a lot easier for you. On the 16th of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Sagittarius in your 9th house come into a square with Saturn in your 12th. This is definitely a day that I would say you need to pace yourself. This is a day also, just as a gentle reminder, to not be overly optimistic. Yes, we need to be, you know, seeing the silver lining, but we have to really focus on what is actually feasible. And that could mean taking college courses, traveling, legal matters, publishing matters. It almost feels like you're trying to do too much at one time and you're exhausted. So this is the day that you have to adjust the blueprint that I was talking about. Don't abandon it. Just kind of restructure something in regards to your timelines. I think it's going to be more travel or education related, but like I said, for some of you guys, that can be legal. All right. On the 19th of the month, we're going to see a new moon that's going to be taking place in the sign of Sagittarius. That will be obviously taking place in your 9th house. So a lot of power here. Obviously, at this point, you know, the Sun, Mercury, and Venus. I think that this would be a better time if you wanted to plant seeds for future travel, if you're wanting to apply to, get into a higher educational program, if you want to go on a new spiritual quest, if you want to be focusing on advertising or launching something or publishing something. You have now 6 months from this new moon to do it. The only hangup that I have is that the new moon is going to be featuring a square to Saturn and Neptune. So there's a lot of, okay, I'm optimistic that I can achieve and I can work past the exhaustion. I can work past the fear. I can go and explore places I've never seen before. I'm, certainly feeling like your faith is being tested with a lot of these squares, but it's a superior square. So it's really mind over matter. It's also going to be faith over fear. That's really what I think this is going to be about for you guys. All right, so on the 20th of the month, Venus is going to be moving through the 9th house. It's going to square Saturn. Obviously, Venus is the ruler of your 7th house of relationships. It's also about money. So there could be some challenges revolving around air travel, booking a flight, scheduling a flight, meeting somebody somewhere. And it can also manifest as like a moment of loneliness. It can also feel like a little doubt when it comes to your finances or your relationships. This is about offering yourself tenderness and, you know, you wish somebody else may be more generous or might be more affectionate with this transit, and you're just not feeling it. Something's not gelling. So just take a step back, know that the doubt and the loneliness that's kind of coming up is really just Saturn that's coming in, that's asking you to take a little bit of time to reflect and be alone and not take some of these things so personally. All right, on the 21st of the month, we're going to see the sun enter into Capricorn. And when the sun moves into Capricorn, it's just coming out of a square with that new moon Neptune. So that's where the self-doubt was kind of creeping in. But now it's going to be lighting up for the next month your house of career. So this is your season, Aries, of recognition. This is about the spotlight now finding you. This is going to be an excellent time to put yourself out there, to be seen, to be in front of people, to be working with bosses, connecting with clients, because the sun is about really showing off your personal talent. Now on the 24th, Venus will then come into Capricorn, and obviously that's going to be really highlighting relationships in the workplace, opportunity to bring in clients, to be seen, to be making more money, to be promoting yourself. And this is really like about charm and ambition uniting in this part of your skies. Now, professional relationships can sweeten, and you become very magnetic to those who kind of see you, and they can help you rise within your profession. Then on the 30th of the month, you're going to see Mercury come into a square with Saturn, and Mercury will be hanging out in Sagittarius. It'll come into a square with Saturn. And that's basically, you know, saying, once again, here's the final exam for 2025. Are you going to refine the vision one last time before 2026 begins? And whether that's you saying, next year I'm going to travel, or next year I'm going to publish that book, or next year I'm going to go back to school. These are things where you're having to really ask yourself in the very last moment of 2025, where have I been holding myself back? And why am I not making the time for it? Why am I not working towards it? Why am I not journaling more? Why am I not learning more? And I'm not a fan of all this Sagittarius squaring Saturn, because yes, it feels like delays. I'm not a fan of it squaring Neptune because it's confusing, but a little bit of faith will get you a long way. So if you're looking for teachers, you're looking for mentors, you're looking for people who are gurus or inspiring authors or motivational speakers, you got to be listening to these people. You got to be around these people who are going to help you kind of rebuild some of the faith. Just don't overdo it when it comes to booking your travel this month, because things can get a little haywire. Now, when it comes to the best days, I think that on the 6th, the 15th, the 19th, the 24th, things just swing wide open for you. Those are going to be your better days. And then the challenging days are going to be the 8th, the 16th, the 20th, and the 30th. Really treat these days as days to not have a timeline, to not rush yourself, focus on editing and refining. Don't stop, don't give up, just give yourself a little bit of a pause. And likely, Aries, what you guys will find is that you're closing out 2025 having learned, I think, what courage really is this year, right? You got to taste of Saturn and Neptune in your sign. It's also about learning not to charge blindly into things, but really choosing to maintain. And if you can do that, you're going to find that in the end of December going into January, especially professionally, you guys are really climbing up the mountain, and you have a lot more patience, you have a lot more grace, and you're going to get a lot more recognition. All right, so with that being said, let me pull you guys your card for the month and tell you what's going on. So per usual, working with my deck. And let's see what the tarot has to say for my Aries and my Aries rising for the month of December. Obviously, no whammies. We want good cards for the holidays. All right, what did the tarot say? Okay, I like this for you, actually. This is good. You get the Ace of Swords. Considering the Ace of Swords is very much associated with Mercury, and that Mercury has been dipping into your 8th house and coming back into the 9th house, I interpret that as, yeah, you've been psychologically tested this month. right? And it's been maybe exposing some areas where you need to communicate better or truth that you need to face. But I feel like the Ace of Swords is saying now you're ready to initiate certain conversations. Now you're ready to kind of speak up. Now you're maybe going to be thinking and connecting and communicating a little bit more optimistically. Makes sense in Sag season. Contracts, communications, agreements, important meetings. These can all be things that are coming up for the month ahead. And that makes perfect sense. I think a lot of Aries and Aries risings are going to be really focusing on, let me get the travel out of the way so I can get back to work, and I'm working towards the, all the way up until the new year. Or some of you guys are going to be saying, okay, I'm advertising, or I'm putting out the word, or I'm reaching out to people, or I'm networking. And then boom, you guys are going to see over the next 6 months just how darn busy work is going to be. So respond to the calls if you're getting the calls and the emails. Put yourself out there, communicate, and be confident in how you're kind of, portraying yourselves out there in the world, especially professionally, okay? Aries, good luck. Wishing you a happy December. I'll see you back here in 2026. What's up, Taurus and Taurus rising? How are you guys doing? Welcome to your December 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about what's going on this month. Obviously, Taurus, you know that you're ruled by Venus. So what you're going to find is that Venus is actually starting the month moving through Sagittarius, still in your 8th house of shared resources. So there's going to be a lot of action here this month, Taurus. Basically, this is a house that deals with intimacy. It's about transformation. It can be about debt and loans. It can be also about feeling a little sexier. And it's going to stay there until December 24th on Christmas Eve. And then it's going to move into Capricorn, a fellow Earth sister sign. And then it will be going into your 9th house of wisdom, travel, education, and higher truth. So some of you guys may be traveling right around Christmas or Christmas Eve, or you might be kind of coming and going, for like the next couple of weeks towards the beginning of the new year. Now, December is kind of like the quiet, profound closing of a very deep chapter for you throughout this last year. For months, Venus has been kind of going through some pretty heavy areas of your chart. It went through Scorpio, where there was a lot of relationship intensity. It's been going through your 8th house, which is a lot about taxes, death, inheritances, psychological shadows, challenges with finances. And now it's coming into a place where it's ready to kind of blossom in Capricorn. So, you have learned what is truly yours and what was meant to and not meant to stay. And then on the 24th, she's going to emerge into Capricorn, which I feel like this is really carrying the gold that you've refined in the dark and placing it squarely in your house of meaning. That's what the 9th house is. So, what you do now is you really focus on, all right, the foundation for my life is going to be adventures. It's going to be teaching. It's going to be your beliefs. And that's what's going to help define going into the new year. So as we kind of look at the month in a nutshell, we've got December 4th, where there will be a full moon in Gemini taking place at 13 degrees in your 2nd house of money. Taurus, big money stuff is happening, okay? This is seated in June of this year, where you had a new moon. Full moons are a completion or a culmination. Obviously, this is really highlighting income, savings, maybe even a purchase you have been building towards since June now reaches some kind of fulfillment. But more importantly, I think this is really about your sense of deserving, and solid self-esteem starts to crystallize. So you start to really feel the weight of your own worth in your own hands. Now, when this happens, Mercury, the ruler, is actually going to be hanging out in Scorpio. So this is showing you that really what's the most valuable thing may not be things at all. It might be relationships, and that there are certain relationships that come in that teach you that they are priceless, that you wouldn't trade them for the world. It can also be good for business and working with clients. That can be another theme, or maybe receiving a really significant gift or something really nice for another person. That can definitely be happening also. On the 6th of the month, we're going to see Mercury and Scorpio in your 7th house of relationships, coming into a trine with Jupiter and Cancer in your 3rd house of communication, short distance trips, vehicles, siblings, and the mind. And this means that a partner, likely, it can be romantic or it can be business, is going to be bringing some kind of generous news. So it could be a helpful contract. It could simply be words that heal, and communication around joint finances or emotional commitments. Really, they're going to flow, and it's going to make you feel a little bit more soft and kind of loved. On the 8th of the month, you're going to see that Mars in Sagittarius will come into a square with Saturn in Pisces. So Mars is still moving through your 8th house of joint income. It comes into a square with Saturn in Pisces. For me, this is really about tension. Squares are tension rising around shared money and group investments or long-term goals. Mars obviously rules your subconscious. It's also about relationships. There's been some tension brewing about joint finances and whether or not you and another person, be that a partner, a spouse, a client, or even a friend, are on the same page. So, someone may potentially overpromise and underdeliver. You may feel blocked. It could also mean that this is meant to be used to really forge boundaries around you, and it'll help you realize that you can't carry everyone with you, or you can't continue to put into other relationships or other financial situations if there is not a fair exchange. And I think that it's a lot of having to be honest with another person about where you kind of stand with financial matters, because I think that's really what a lot of this is about, and what your goals are versus what another person's goals are and what they're trying to complete. All right, on the 10th of December, Neptune is going to station direct in Pisces in your 11th house, and it's getting ready to wrap up its tour here very soon. Obviously, this means that if there's been any fog, if there's been any confusion or anything that has not seemed clear when it comes to what your goals are, who your friends are, where you should be networking, what your future visions are, it now starts to kind of subside. And you'll start to see which dreams are real and which people truly belong in your orbit. The North Node is in the same sign, right? Saturn's in the same sign. Planets are going through the 8th house. It's squaring it. Some of you guys might feel like leaving a friendship is grieving something, right? This month, or not feeling the support of a friend is really, difficult for you emotionally or psychologically. But you're going to realize that there may be people around you that are just around, but they're not necessarily contributing to who you're trying to become. Now, on the 10th of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Scorpio make an opposition to Uranus in your sign. So Mercury's still in Scorpio at this point. It is back, but Taurus, go back to what happened around Halloween. Go back to what happened the last week, the 18th, 19th, 20th of November. Whatever has happened those days, there's been some probably pretty wild miscommunications. And a lot of that is because Mercury has been retrograde from your house of joint finances into the 7th house of partnerships. And you're kind of peeling back and having conversations about what's mine and what's yours, or what are we working through, or what's the goal. Could also be going back and forth with tax issues or an insurance company, or dealing with an insurance claim. And probably realizing some things and getting kind of stressed out about conversations that either involve money, children, taking risks, financial risks, challenges revolving around pressure at work. I mean, I've seen this for everybody. You don't have to be a fixed sign to have gone through this. It's in financial signs. But for you, it tells me that there has been some kind of tense intensity going on between you and another partner, where somebody is probably not communicating very well, or being secretive, and it's kind of setting you off. So with that being said, with this opposition, it's possible that a partner can drop a bombshell, and this could be financial, emotional, and yes, it can set you off. It could be identity shaking. It feels electric, and that's because it's a surprise, right? You're honest, and maybe you're surprised by how you react to something, but it's like one last lock kind of clicking before it opens a cage. So some things can be said that can't be taken back. Some things can be revealed that can't taken back. It can also create a lot of tension with a client or with a professional relationship. Mind your words, Taurus, because this one could be quite a lot, because it's the last one. All right, then we're going to see on December 11th, Mercury is going to ingress into Sag. So now it goes back into your 8th house of joint finances, intimacy, and pleasure. And I say that because Mercury is connected to your 5th house of joy. It's connected to your 2nd house of money, pleasure, and income. It definitely is a sexier vibe having all these planets in Sagittarius, but it can also rub you the wrong way, because as planets are going through Sag, it's all making these inconjuncts and quincunxes to you. So a lot of Taurus and Taurus risings are going to feel like Their nervous system is on edge. They're not dealing with change very well. They're feeling very vulnerable. They're not knowing how to, open up or rely on another person. And I would say for you guys, with Mercury going back into the 8th house, this is good for research. It's good for intimate conversations, psychological work, talking to a therapist, doing some, detective work. And you're going to find that communication is going to speed up here. And so finally you start kind of getting the missing pieces of what has been going on in a financial situation or an intimate relationship, what needs to be dealt with. And certainly you can get a lot of support, I think, really through just being kind of transparent and vulnerable. Now, on the 15th of the month, you're going to see Mars ingress into Capricorn. So it's going to leave your 8th house, go into your 9th house. And it'll be there for about 6 weeks. So if you're Taurus, Sun, Moon, or Rising, it'll come into a trine with your placements inevitably, which is basically just going to be a bit of a power-up period for you. Mars does deal with relationships and the subconscious. So this is a perfect time to be like, there's been some tension in a relationship. Let's go on a trip. Let's get away. Like, let's not be so focused on, what's going on right now. Let's just try to kind of heal the situation. It can also mean that this is about taking a sudden discipline approach to publishing, to legal matters, to getting a diploma or higher education. It can also mean that, you are trying to work with someone like a therapist or a coach or a mentor. That can be good. And if you're in the business of education, legal, or traveling, you're going to be quite busy. Some of you guys might travel for work. That might happen here as well. And I would just say whatever you launch or get ready to launch is going to have legs, because you're going to see some pretty significant aspects. Like Mars will eventually sextile Saturn, which is going to be good for your career. It's going to trine Uranus, which is going to give you freedom. It's going to oppose Jupiter, which is going to help you find a new way of making money. So try to be optimistic and open-minded about where you can go, what you can explore, or how you can kind of learn when it comes to new career avenues. Now on the same day, Mercury shadow ends. So this is really great because I think all the miscommunication is kind of, finally cleared out. And then on the 16th of the month, you're going to see the Sun in Sagittarius in your 8th house coming into a square with Saturn in Pisces. So this is one of those road blocks or feeling less speed bump type of days. Obviously the 8th house of intimacy, the 11th house of friends. So this is yet another reality check on debt, taxes, investments, and things tied to groups. This could be in companies you invest in. This could be joint funds that you have with, other business partners. This could be anything connecting to your goals versus somebody else's goals and finances. Unfortunately, I kind of feel inclined to tell you, face the numbers calmly. Whatever clarity is coming up is a gift. It is going to be telling you the truth of a situation, and certainly some of the challenges, I think, is that we can have scarcity mindset when planets go through your 8th house. And Sagittarius is usually pretty optimistic, but Jupiter's ruling it is retrograde. So I keep telling my Taurus placements, I'm like, you guys have to count your blessings, or you have to see and be grateful for what you do have, and you can't be marinating or kind of focusing too much on what's not working, because there can be a lot of support that can kind of come in through this. But still, in spite of that, the squares to Saturn, I think, are going to be the reality check of what's kind of going on in a financial or in an intimate situation. On the 19th of the month, we'll have a new moon in Sagittarius, which will be in your 8th house. So this is where you do your kind of lusty spell work, or you set intentions for transformation or change. If you're wanting to set intentions to, make more money, have a windfall, to heal something emotionally, to detox and purge something, that's where we do, the new moon in the 8th house. The ruler, Jupiter, is in the 3rd. So I would actually encourage my Taurus risings to write down a list of everything that you're wanting to let go of. And that means that in order to make room for new goals, because of the squares to Saturn and Neptune, you have to be willing to say, you know what, I'm going to work with what I've got. We're going to reconfigure and add a little appreciation or a little bit of gratitude, I think, with Jupiter retrograde for what you do have. For every one thing that you're wanting to manifest, I would say you have to kind of give credit where credit's due to what you already have working in your favor. And writing that down can be very beneficial for you guys. Some of you guys might be considering taking out a loan for travel or education, or you're dealing with an insurance matter connected to a vehicle, maybe having an important conversation with a sibling about a financial matter. But still, Sagittarius new moon is definitely a good new moon. So set those intentions revolving around releasing old fears, especially around money, sex, or power, and really claim that energy to help you transform over the next 6 months. On the 20th of the month, we've got Venus in Sagittarius going through the sign of, obviously, Sagittarius, and it's coming into a square with Saturn in Pisces. Okay, there could be a bit of like a brief cold wind, intimacy-wise with a partner. There could be a little bit of a financial hurdle that you're having to get through. There could be some coldness or detachment that's coming from a friend. You may temporarily feel undervalued. And I would say, remember that, diamonds are made under pressure, right? And whether this is a friendship that gets tested and you give somebody some space, or there's joint financial stress going on, you try to remember what the goals are together and how you work through it. Certainly, because Venus rules you and it's also your health, there could be some emotional things going on that can also impact your health as well. So this is a day that you need to be a little bit extra cautious and aware, okay? On the 30th of the month, we are going to see, I take that back. On the 21st of the month, you're going to see then the sun go into Capricorn. So it's now lighting up your 9th house of travel. And the sun is going to be about home and family. So it is possible you're going to travel and visit family. Family's coming to travel and visit you. There could also be a situation where now it's lighting up the 9th house, which is going to be all about your beliefs and your truth and kind of opening up to a new horizon, especially career-wise. So you might feel like the path is kind of widening, or it's more easily, obtainable going to school or publishing a book or, planning some travel. And then on the 24th, Venus, your chart ruler, will then move into Capricorn. So Taurus, Mars is going to be in Capricorn, Venus is going to be in Capricorn, the sun's going to be entering into Capricorn. All of that helps you because that's going to be another earth energy. It's going to trine you. So I do think that, having the sun going into this house and then the 24th, Venus going into this house, this is now your ruler going into a place where it says, okay, I want to have luxury through 9th house things. I'm going to buy that course. I'm going to, sign up for that lesson. I'm going to be applying to that school. I'm going to, spend a little bit more money on a comfortable accommodation if I'm traveling or traveling in style. It could also mean that this is about long distance romantic connections. Studying, teaching, and any kind of spiritual practice falls under the 9th house. So whatever feels most solid to you and most valuable to you is what I want you to kind of invest in. And it's going to be things that are going to make you more optimistic or open up the mind. Then you'll see on the 30th of the month, Mercury in Sagittarius is going to be coming into a square with Saturn in Pisces. So that's a little bit more difficult, obviously, because Mercury is the mind. Saturn is going to represent the limitation, and Saturn all month long, where you have, some challenges with group affairs, some challenges with friends, some issues revolving around sticking to your goals. Now, Mercury square Saturn says that, maybe there needs to be a heart-to-heart conversation with a friend. Maybe there is a final conversation about a financial situation. Maybe there's a final refinement or transformation that's being made. Sign it, file it, close the chapter. That's my advice. And move forward and try not to look back and feel like that's going to be a day where mentally you may get to a point where you're like, okay, I can't do this anymore. I have to kind of let this go. And with Jupiter being the dispositor of both Sagittarius and Pisces, by the way, throughout this entire process, it's retrograde. So it means that sometimes saying less is actually saying more. So the best days for you guys, Taurus, this month is going to be on the 4th when money peaks. It's going to be on the 6th where there's going to be luckier conversations. On the 19th where it is going to offer you the opportunity for some kind of rebirth energy. And the 24th onward, where Venus is now moving through the 9th house, which I think is going to be pure magic. Taurus, it's obvious that, as you finish 2025, you're not the same person as when you entered it. And I think that a lot of that is attributed maybe to, the Uranus transit. But I do feel like you have walked through the fire of the 8th house and you're emerging now with some kind of treasure as you get into Capricorn season. So the world is waiting to see what you are going to build in this next year. Now let's take a look and see what the tarot says for you guys, what you need to be aware of. You get the Seven of Cups. Which I'm not surprised with. And I think a lot of that is, you know, and I didn't focus on that too much because when you have the new moon in Sagittarius, the new moon is squaring Neptune. You know, there's a lot of planets that are squaring Saturn and Neptune. Saturn is the delay, Neptune is the confusion. And it's a lot of like, what are my goals? What are my dreams? And I've seen it manifest for a lot of Tauruses. That's like, this is this big thing that I want to do. And then there's the reality of the fact that it's just going to take a little bit more time to get there. You're going to have to be, you know, really getting to the core of what's most important. And I think keeping an open mind and how you get there and being able to do that with other people. So, you know, the Seven of Cups is about confusion and not knowing what you want and kind of being lost in the fog. And I feel like it will benefit a lot of you guys to really wait until Saturn and Neptune are direct. So you can see much more clearly what your goals are and how you can kind of align that with your closest relationships, your friendships, and even your finances. Some things are still yet to be revealed. And I think that that's also part of the Mercury retrograde kind of finishing out in December. Give yourself an opportunity to not only keep an open mind, but consider other options and other avenues and potential directions that you can go this month. And a lot of this is going to be about not only being optimistic, but educating yourself and feeling inspired so that way you can get there a little bit more quickly. Hope that's helpful, Taurus. Let me know what happens. I will catch you guys back here in 2026. What's up, Gemini and Gemini rising? Welcome to your horoscopes for December of 2025. Happy holidays. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to hear that Mercury is now no longer retrograde, so that's kind of working in your favor. I know that it's been particularly challenging for Gemini and Sagittarius. But obviously, as the month begins, Mercury is going to actually be in Scorpio. So you're going to see it now direct. Although the Mercury retrograde shadow, the post shadow, so some of the effects of the Mercury retrograde, we're going to feel until about December 15th. But we're going to take the wins when we can. I think that, you know, December is kind of like your personal graduation month, obviously. You know, you are going to find that Mercury has kind of kept you in like intensive care, having retrograde in your 6th house. And so you've been really focused on how can I work? How can I take better care of my health? What's going on with my pets? And there's just been these endless revisions going on that's probably been driving you crazy, and it feels like it's lasted forever. But this month is handing you the diploma, and it's setting you loose into what I would consider clearer skies. So let's go over the transits and talk a little bit about what this means. But just know that the Mercury retrograde shadow is over, and that as we are getting to mid-month, Mercury is going to shift out of your 6th house of health and habits and into your 7th house of relationships. So it looks like it's going to happen right around the 11th or the 12th of December. That means that it's putting you in a position of, okay, working with clients, selling products, having meetings, dating, talking to my partner, you know, communicating. And that's not been easy because the retrograde started there. So some of you guys are feeling the fallout of the changes happening in relationships or the miscommunication issues, and some of you guys have gone your separate ways and others have worked through it. Now, I'm also excited because on December the 4th, you're going to have a full moon in Gemini in your sign. So this is your once a year full moon. It will be taking place at 13 degrees. So if you have anything at, 12, 13, 14 degrees of Gemini, sun, moon, or rising, this is your personal full moon for the month. So it's going to be pretty big for you guys. Obviously, a full moon is going to be shining a light on yourself, your body, and your identity. So this goes back to June of 25 when we had a new moon in your sign. Basically, it means you're the main event. So, whether that's your body, your name, your personal style, any of that stuff is definitely going to be, lit up in a very big way because the full moon is how everybody sees you. So everything that you've been reshaping since Gemini season this year is now kind of blazing into full visibility. So people finally get to meet the real you. And what's interesting is that the ruler at the time, Mercury, will be in the 6th house. So it can mean that you have a new routine, you've been changing how you're eating, how you're working out, you've been changing something about your self-care, boom, it kind of shows in your physical appearance. It could also mean that you are dressing the part for a new job, or you are really prioritizing health and wellness. Certainly with Mercury retrograde and then a full moon in your 1st house, it's bringing all of your attention to your body. So listen to what your body's trying to tell you, watch for those big glow ups. And of course, some of my Gemini and Gemini risings can get pregnant. Now on the 6th of December, we're going to see Mercury in a trine to Jupiter in Cancer. really good for my Mercury ruled charts. So Mercury now direct in your work and productivity and health zone is trining Jupiter. So likely some of the health changes has come from investing in your health, changing your diet. It can also mean that there is good news regarding a work situation or a financial situation. And I do think that, yeah, you're going to have work talks, health insights, and service projects that bring financial or emotional generosity. It's possible that there could be a job offer or a healing conversation, and maybe even a helpful colleague kind of appears like a blessing during this particular transit. So think back to what conversations you've been having about finances, health, and work, particularly around Halloween, and then also this last week, the 18th, 19th, 20th of November, you're going to be kind of having it again. All right, on the 8th of the month, you're going to see Mars coming into a square with Saturn. Now, watch out, because Mars is going through your opposite sign where there's a lot of action in relationships, and it can be good because some of you guys are like, we're traveling, we're working out together, things are speeding up, it's fun, great. But for some people, you know, Mercury retrograde in the 7th house and Mars in the 7th house is like, my partners aren't communicating well, they're getting pissed off, and we're fighting. So watch out for this transit, because Mars squaring Saturn is definitely pinching you as a Gemini sun, moon, or rising. And this is going to be around 24, 25, 26 degrees. So if you have those placements in Gemini, pay attention. This means that, you know, it's possible that a partner or a public role is really demanding you, you know, more than what you're ready to give. So you might feel like a partner's pushing you too much about a work situation, or work is very demanding and it's creating a lot of stress with a relationship or with a client. And yeah, there's going to be tension, but there's also this need to really forge stronger commitments. And that's because all the Sagittarius is in superior position to Pisces. So it's saying, could be a coach, it could be a spouse that has a heart-to-heart with you, it could be a business partner, it could be like an advocate of some kind, it could be a lawyer if you're going through like a legal situation that's pushing you to show up, stand up, be responsible, be reliable, and do your job. And so clients can be very demanding during this period, so be mindful of that. On the 10th of the month, we're going to see Neptune station direct in Pisces, so that Neptune retrograde is no longer happening. Now Neptune is full speed ahead. Saturn and Neptune are full speed ahead, heading towards Aries in the beginning of the new year. And for me, I look at this and I'm like, all right, well, whatever confusing situation's been going on for Gemini at work, and it's lingered likely for years, now starts to become clear. And so some of you guys will see a glimpse of the professional path that actually fits the person you're becoming. Others are going to realize, oh, this has been falling apart for some time. This is just the finale, and now I'm getting ready to move on to something new. Others, I think, are going to start to kind of realize, because of the connection with Jupiter, that you're very emotionally tied to the work that you're doing. And you have to feel good about being in a position where you feel like you're exploring your creative side, your emotional side, your spiritual side, with all that Pisces energy. So yeah, I think that this is really what dreams are made of. But like, really, those of you guys who are feeling like you're drowning at work, it might teach you that something is not sustainable, while others might finally wake up and realize what it is that they truly want to do. Now, on the 10th of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Scorpio in your 6th house of work and habits, in opposition to Uranus. Obviously, Mercury rules your health. It's in the part of your chart that deals with habits. It's opposing Uranus, which is going to be about, you know, not sleeping well, feeling stressed out, you know, the nervous system being all over the place, there being a lot of unpredictable changes with work or unpredictable changes with travel. And this is a time that you need to watch. So think about what's happened throughout the last month or so when we've had the Mercury-Uranus oppositions. This means that likely you're going to experience some sudden insight or disruption in your daily routines. For some of you guys, it's been health related. For others, it's been, you know, suddenly hidden matters are coming to light, or there's somebody working against you at work, or there's some emotional situation that's going on because of a change at work that's impacting your health. And yes, everybody's going to say this feels chaotic, but it's only chaotic because, you know, this is about finding some kind of freedom. So for some of you guys, it might mean that you're tying an emotional, you know, issue or a sleep-related issue to a health problem, and you're realizing your emotions are impacting your gut, your digestion, how you're feeling. It could also mean that this is a time where you're needing to break free from routine and you're feeling as if you need to travel a little bit, or you need to, have some kind of like a spiritual practice that you can be tapping into to just navigate some of the ups and downs of your day-to-day schedule. Now, on the 11th of the month, we're going to see then Mercury go into Sagittarius again. So now it becomes more relationship oriented. Conversations with partners can definitely lighten things up. Working with a therapist, talking to an astrologer, having the support of a mentor, this can all be really helpful. And I do feel like now you can start to expand in relationships, and relationships in general start making sense again. Like now you start feeling like the communication is getting better, and there can be opportunities for renewal of certain commitments. On the 15th of the month, you're going to see Mars then move into Capricorn. So it's going to leave your 7th house of relationships and it's going to go into your 8th house of joint finances. Mars loves being in the 8th house. It can heal quickly. It can be super sexy. It can also be good for generating money from other people, getting paid. It can be good for surgical matters, although check with your personal chart. Obviously it likes being in Capricorn too. So with Mars being connected to your 6th house of health and habits, and also being connected to your 11th house of goals, if you have wanted to, transform your body, transform your finances, if you're on this kick to, be really focused on making time to spend time with your friends, or to be working out with your friends, or anything like that, it can help you get it done. But in general, I would say, this is really about feeling more passionate. This is also about focusing on shared resources and psychological courage to surge forward and to have more discipline. But also having access, and like maybe, you're like putting money on a credit card and you're collecting the points and then it's paying for other things. So there could be lots of opportunity for getting support financially with this transit as well. Also on the 15th, Mercury shadow ends. Yay. So no more of that weird kind of back and forth and feeling like there's been a lot of like misunderstandings and miscommunications. Things are going to start to clear up. Now on the 16th of the month, the sun is going to come into a square with Saturn. So the sun's in your relationship house, which is, I think, about communication or travel with a partner, or how you're communicating with business partners or clients, which I think you're going to get tested a little bit, especially towards like the end of Sagittarius season. So as we're getting into, mid-December on, planets are now coming into a square with the North Node and Neptune. So planets squaring the nodes represent for you, you need to ask for help. Some of you guys might need an attorney. Some of you guys might need to be honest with your partner. Some of you guys might really need an astrology reading. And it represents letting people come in and share some kind of optimism, or, they're going to be encouraging you to take control of the situation, right? Squares to Saturn and Neptune in the 10th. My feel on this is that this is yet another relationship test. This is going to be relationships versus reputation. I think that you can pass this test by choosing both, by being mature in love and also mature in your ambition, and recognizing that your relationships are not going to be the enemy in your career life. Your career cannot get in between you and your ability to find love. You have to find the middle ground. And if you're in a relationship, let them help you. Some of them might be getting kind of frustrated this month, but let them help you. All right, on the 19th of the month, we have a new moon in Sag at 28 degrees. Positive is that if you're single, this is a new moon that you set intentions to find a relationship, to hopefully plant seeds so you can be in a partnership and connect with somebody over the next 6 months. Now, another positive is that this is ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter is in your 2nd house. Granted, it's retrograde, so there could be a lot of, well, what do I value in relationships, and what do I want in partnerships, and do I feel chosen, and do I feel secure? Sure. The other challenge is that you are going to see the new moon is coming into a square with both Saturn and Neptune. So there's a lot of, how can I hit refresh in my relationship or my love life and also feel like I can maintain my career at the same time, so it's not this or that. And it is considered to be your #1 partnership manifestational moon all year. So some of you guys are going to start dating. Some of you guys are going to propose. Some of you guys are going to consciously release. Certainly that could happen, and recognize where, if relationships are suffering as a result of there being some career issues, do you prioritize the relationship and decide to scrap what's going on work-wise and decide to make a change? Guys, and I should have said this in the main part of my video, but Sagittarius season is the halfway point through the eclipses we had in the fall. So in September, when we started having these eclipses, that was hitting your career and hitting your home. Well, now you're about halfway through the 6 months in between, and Sagittarius season is now saying, cool, now we see the repercussions of changes with work and home and how it's affecting relationships. And if you don't like what you're seeing, you either got to work with them, you got to find somebody who can be your kind of support system, or you have to figure out which one has to go. But whatever you plant here will grow. So just keep that in mind. And then on the 20th of the month, Venus will come into a square with Saturn as well. So Venus going through your 7th house is generally pretty good for relationships, but it's going to square Saturn, where it's going to be like, my partner wants to go out to dinner, but I've got a business meeting, you know, or they want to celebrate something, but I have to work late, or, you know, they want to go out on a date, but I have to kind of get some stuff done at home. Where responsibility and career stuff feels like it's topping relationships. And I'm going to tell you, Gemini, some partners are going to feel like you're not making time for them. They are going to feel like that, or they're going to feel like as if, you know, one extreme is more important than the other, and we have to find that balance this month. So I think that, you know, Venus coming into a square with Saturn really indicates that there is a bit of like a temporary chill in love or business alliances, and you can warm things up and kind of defrost it with, you know, with honesty and also with patience, and don't expect, you know, either side to necessarily come around on that day. So, you know, the Sun square on the 16th, the new moon on the 19th, the Venus square Saturn on the 20th, and then on the 21st, you see the Sun go into Capricorn in the 8th house. And this is going to be, I think, thinking about changes and transformations with your job, how you communicate, how you're communicating with work. I think that this is really, now a light is kind of shining on one of the deeper placements in your chart. And this is about transformation that's going to be accelerating, especially when it comes to joint assets, when it comes to expenses, when it comes to inheritances, taxes, that kind of stuff. But it is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn's in the 10th direct. So it's like, what needs to change at work? I think that's what you're thinking about. On the 24th of the month, you'll see Venus go into Capricorn. So Venus will now dip into your 8th house. It'll join the Sun. It'll join Mars. And this is giving you the opportunity to deepen intimacy. Okay, so it can be sexy. It can be good for gift receiving. It can be good for getting expenses covered or generous partners. Shared finances can stabilize here. And it's almost like beauty and relationships will start to kind of emerge transformed within the next month of going through this transit. And it can be really also about financial, you know, situations involving children, because Venus rules your 5th, financial in situations involving traveling, or maybe we're hiding out from, you know, being vulnerable in love or relationships. Then on the 30th, you're going to see Mercury coming into a square with Saturn. Mercury's in your 7th, it's squaring Saturn in your 10th. Everybody's getting this. You're going to feel a little bit more with some of the mutable energy. But, okay, so it's the end of the year. Like I said, this is like that final exam. And I think it's your final exam about commitments, right? Mercury is how you communicate and show up for partners. And, you know, the square to Saturn and Neptune means you might have to say, you know what? Sorry, no, I can't work late. I promised my family I'm going to be with them. Or, you know, I can't, you know, meet with you and give a consultation or whatever, you know, this is what our anniversary. It's almost like you're going to start to really go, no, I need to really prioritize who's going to be closest to me or who's committing to me. So if it's not in a relationship sense, it's, you know, a business partner, it's going to be a therapist, somebody who's saying to you, you need to really prioritize what's best for you and stop letting work, you know, kind of dictate and determine your life. So focus on commitments, speak your truth one last time. I think you can do it. And your best dates, I think, for the month of December is going to be obviously your full moon, okay, the 4th. It's also going to be the 6th, the 11th through the 15th, where there's going to be opportunities for freedom, and the 19th, where I do think it's giving you the opportunity to hit reset when it comes to relationships. However, challenging is going to be the 8th, 10th, 16th, 20th, and 30th. You know, these days are going to feel like hurdles, okay? And remember that this is not a sprint, it's a long distance race this month. So this is really about you taking the time and not rushing through things and just trying to get to the finish line. These are days that you might have to take a step back and not push stuff. But I think, Gemini, as you're closing out 2025, you're going to find that you have support, even if there's still some question marks about work. I think this is also about getting clarity and finally feeling like you are certain of your voice. I think that's really what this is about. So, you know, all year you have been kind of experiencing a lot of change. And I think that now the world is going to be ready to kind of hear about that. And I think you're going to have partners that are going to have your back. You may not see it, but trust me, you've got people who are supporting you in the process. All right, so let's take a look and let's see what the cards have to say for my Geminis and Gemini risings. The card that you get is the Four of Wands. I am quite thrilled to see this card because this is about parties and gatherings and celebrating and weddings and engagements. And look at this 7th house. I mean, you've got Venus there. You've got Mercury there. You've got the Sun and Juno conjunct Mars. I mean, are some of you guys deciding to get married? Are some of you guys eloping? Are some of you guys renewing your vows? Are you meeting significant partners? Are you going to weddings? There is some, I think what this is also about is about celebrating the small wins because this is temporary. This is not permanent, right? The wands can be taken down. Think of it as like a festival or some kind of like party or event. This is the wedding card, by the way. So yes, relationships will get tested, but I also feel like you have to celebrate the fact that you're able to kind of make it through some of these challenges. And obviously it can build resilience in certain relationships. Watch for meeting people in parties, you know, birthday parties, holiday parties. If you're going to weddings, you're going to events and things like that. If you're single, you can meet someone. And I think that this is also really kind of saying that work can wait. And you may have to remind yourself that this month. If you're overworking, you're going to miss the opportunities for the universe to intervene, for you to have, I think, more closeness in certain relationships. And I think have like a renewal of an appreciation for existing relationships that you're in. So I hope that's helpful, Gemini. I'll catch you guys back here in 2026. All right, we've got Cancer and Cancer rising. What's up, Cancer? Welcome to your December 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to be chatting with you here today. Obviously, we're going to start by talking a little bit about your ruler. And I'll touch a little bit on the new and full moon too, because I think that's important as well. Just a reminder that Jupiter is still retrograde in your sign. So it's going to be retrograde for a couple of months. Nothing's changing in December. And it's trying to get you to really reevaluate or reassess who you are, what you believe in, where you want to travel, what you're learning, and also reevaluating something about your schedule, your work situation, your job, maybe caretaking responsibilities for, you know, family members or pets that can be coming up here as well. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's talk about the new and the full moon. We'll just get that out of the way now. So this month you're going to see that there's going to be a full moon happening in Gemini, and that'll be in your natal 12th house. And obviously that's a little bit more kind of retreat worthy, behind the scenes, reevaluating and assessing things, resting, taking care of your health, particularly your mental health. And when this full moon comes in, this is going to be on the 4th of December, and it'll be at 13 degrees. And what you're going to find is that because the 12th house is unseen, it's about secrets, it's about dreams, it's also about private sorrows, hidden support, you know, kind of reaching a culmination. So when you have this full moon, you know, whatever you carried from June of this year, now it's kind of being released and it's being healed. Yeah, tears can happen when we have a full moon. I mean, you know that, you're ruled by the moon, but especially in the 12th house, we can be feeling really emotional. And it looks like when this full moon happens, the ruler is going to be in the 5th house. So it means that you could be really emotional over a romantic situation. There could be a change involving somebody you're dating. There could be some kind of shock or surprise involving somebody that you're dating and you're feeling kind of iced out or isolated. There could also be a sense of being kept up all night or not sleeping well because of a situation involving a child, or if you're taking care of a kid late at night. And I would just say try to find time to kind of rest, relax, and unwind. So that way, you know, you can make the most of that full moon. Now, the other thing that you're going to want to kind of focus on is going to be the new moon that we're going to have in Sagittarius, which is going to come later in the month. And that new moon, let me pull up the date here for you guys, is going to be taking place on December 19th, okay? And that'll be happening around 28 degrees of Sagittarius in your 6th house of health, habits, pets, work, and daily routine. Positive, the ruler of this new moon is in your sign. So if you're trying to heal, a health matter, if you are trying to get back into the swing of having a healthier routine, if you are trying to get back and check into the doctor, if you're trying to take care of a matter with a pet, if you're trying to change offices, if you're trying to find a new job, right? All of these things, even though Jupiter is retrograde, it is really influencing you. And I know throughout the Mercury retrograde, you've been dealing with this. I know throughout the Jupiter retrograde, a lot of you guys have been like, I can't find a job, or I'm dealing with a health issue, or I'm kind of out of work temporarily, or I'm trying to find some flexible work that I can do. So my advice is that set intentions revolving around what you can do. Don't focus on what hasn't worked. Don't focus on what isn't capable right now. What can you do? I've got some Cancer risings that are telling me that they're out of surgery and, they can't fully get up and run around and play tennis yet. But I'm like, yeah, but you can do your physical therapy, right? You can take it one step at a time. And I've got also clients that are telling me, well, I haven't gotten the big job that I want yet. And I'd say, yeah, well, what can you do in the meantime, right? Can you do house sitting? Can you do pet sitting? Can you potentially consider some flexible job in the service industry? Would you consider doing something that's in the travel industry? These are all things connected to Sagittarius in your 6th house that can buy some time. So if you're looking for healthier habits or a new job, that's definitely a good new moon to do it. And just remember that with Jupiter continuing to go retrograde in your 1st house, it's really focusing on this expansion period that's now more inward. And it's really, I think about you figuring out what's going to work for your schedule or what's going to be healthiest and how to find that balance between me time and also responsibility and work. So other than the full moon that we see on the 4th, we see on the 6th of the month, there is going to be Mercury in Scorpio trining Jupiter in Cancer. So Mercury now in December is direct. It's back in Scorpio. It's helping you move forward with maybe trying to get clarity in a romantic matter or working on creative projects or better connecting or communicating with children. Mercury does deal with what is hidden and subconscious. It's also about communication and connection. I have heard from a lot of Cancer and Cancer risings that there's been either reconnection with their children or there has been a lapse in communication with a romantic partner or somebody that you're dating. But the good news is that with Mercury coming into a trine with Jupiter in your sign, likely this is probably one of the luckier transits for you this month. It means that, romance, creativity, children, joy, or simply being seen as your full radiant self is what's happening. So words and presence, I think, are magnified like 100-fold. And being creative or speaking from the heart or, being seen on stage and having heart-to-heart conversations also with romantic partners or children is definitely very favorable under this transit. Now, on the 8th of the month, you're going to see Mars in Sagittarius going through your 6th house of work, health, and habits. It's going to come into a square with Saturn in Pisces in your 9th. So daily clashes, regarding your duties and also travel, education, or your bigger beliefs or legal issues. There could be delays and stalls with legal matters for some people. I feel like your body or your schedule may protest on this day. So you need to recognize that, rest is part of the faith that you're building. It can't just be go, go, go all the time. And I think that if you're pushing yourself and you're trying to take on too much, you're trying to squeeze too much into your schedule or, traveling around work or working, like health-related things around traveling, you're going to hit a roadblock. So it's not going to be an easy day for legal matters, traveling, education, or health-related matters. On the 10th of the month, Neptune will go direct in your 9th house in Pisces, which is friendly. It's in a water sign for you, so I don't think that's going to be too big of a deal. But I do feel like this is about, obviously, Neptune going direct, some kind of fog lifts. And for you guys, it's going to be more about this meaning that you have been kind of searching for, this meaning for life. What do I believe in? Where am I supposed to be? Where am I going? What am I supposed to be studying? And things start to feel a little bit more tangible. And this is going to be more in a sense of travel, study, or quiet knowing. Definitely, if you've been doubting a religious or spiritual kind of belief system, you might kind of see which way you're going to lean after this planet going direct. And it can also mean that it's making it easier for you to see clearly about, when do I travel? Where do I travel? or, you know, taking courses or going to school, because that's very much the ninth house. These things should be on your mind, Cancer, because Jupiter rules, you know, all these placements in Pisces, and it's retrograde in your first house. So there's a lot of you going, well, do I travel or do I go back to school? What am I doing? Or do I need to be, you know, really focusing on having a structured kind of faith or spiritual based practice, which I would heavily encourage this month, especially with some of the aspects that you're having. On the 10th of the month, you're going to see that Mercury will oppose Uranus. So Mercury is in Scorpio right now. It'll oppose Uranus. So it's the same as what we saw around Halloween. So same as what we saw around the 18th, 19th, 20th of November. Very staticky in communication. The positive is that there can be sudden creative sparks. There can also be romantic surprises or, you know, surprising news that involves children or friends. And yeah, it feels electric because it's meant to wake you up. And for some of you guys, it could be love at first sight, or it could mean there's surprising, unexpected travel, or even an opportunity, I think, to, you know, have like a surprise get-together, gathering, or party. But for others, you've been kind of agitated with this back and forth in either a communication matter or, you know, a communication with a friend or a romantic partner. So watch for the friction, and you've already kind of been through this cycle a little bit already. December 11th, you're going to see Mercury moving into Sagittarius in your 6th house. So it's back in the 6th house where it likes to be, where it can kind of get things in order and get things done. And this is about work conversations. This is also going to be, I think, about, you know, getting health insights or testing or news from vets. And also daily systems start flowing again. So if there has been a lack of work, you may go back to work. If there has been a, you know, change with your office, you might feel more settled at this time. Maybe if you've been dealing with a health matter, now you're starting to kind of recognize and realize what it is, and you're kind of figuring out the results of that. Now, I will say that Mercury is still going to be in shadow until like the 15th. Okay, so until the 15th, there can still be some health or work stuff that can be coming up, but then it's going to start to subside. Now, on the 15th of the month, Mars will go into Capricorn. It'll leave your work zone and go into your relationship zone, where it will be for the better part of the next 6 weeks. And Mars is going to be about work and responsibility. So it's really good if you have a client-based business, or if you're working with a business partner, or if you're seeking a manager or someone to help you, you know, get stuff done. And it's also a time where there's going to be a lot of action in relationships, especially for the next several weeks. Now, this is also, I think, in a number of ways, really kind of highlighting for you that there is going to be, oh, excuse me, hold on a second. Let me go back. I think I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Mercury Sagittarius. No, I was right. Mercury retrograde moment. Sorry. So yeah, as the 15th, it goes into your 7th house. Okay. So relationships become action-based. Obviously, it's going to be igniting with a little bit more maturity and obviously a lot of passion and purpose. And for the next several weeks, any action that's taken in relationships are really going to help build more solid structures. And you're one of the signs that I would say, over the next 2 months, there's going to be a massive focus on relationships. So if you've been waiting, Cancer, to meet someone, having, you know, Mercury, Venus, the Sun, and Mars going into Capricorn, okay, that happens every 2 years. But late December, early January, we start to see a stellium of planets that are going to be coming into conjunction in Capricorn. So I think some of you guys might meet somebody very significant at the end of December or the beginning of January next month. All right, and on the 16th of the month, we're going to see the Sun square Saturn. So the Sun's in Sagittarius in your daily routine and health zone. It's going to square Saturn in your 9th. This is one you need to watch for, because obviously, you know, this is where you might kind of really overload your schedule in some capacity. It's possible that, you know, you have a situation where it's just another reminder that you have to balance duty with meaning and adjust your schedule, and, you know, don't abandon what you're focusing on. You know, maybe you're traveling, you know, okay, you can still go for a walk or get a workout in. You don't have to not be physically active. You can also be put in a situation where you're contemplating giving up on school or throwing in the towel with a trip you have planned. There could certainly be some delays or some challenges with like legal matters. And I would say, don't give up. This is just going to be a time to take a step back. And then on the 19th, you're going to see a new moon in Sagittarius taking place in your 6th house. which is obviously once every month we have a new moon in a different area. We talked about how this is good for health habits and work and routine, really reevaluating what you can and cannot take on, what is and is not healthy for you, and how you're working. I also think that with Jupiter kind of watching from your sign, like whatever you begin is going to be blessed beyond measure. You may not really see the true effects of it, of just how healthy, how productive, and how organized you could become until next year. But I do think it will happen. Now on the 20th of the month, Venus will come into a square with Saturn. So it's moving through your 6th house of health and habits, which already teaches us that there can be some kinks in relationships we have to work out, that we have to kind of put up with some stuff, or, be supportive or be willing to put in the work. And when it comes into a square with Saturn, it basically means that there is this brief heaviness that's kind of coming up in regards to, maybe your body or your routine. It could also mean that it's really a good time to offer yourself some care, and maybe take a step back and not feel like you have to force things. Obviously, Venus is going to be about family. It's also going to be about friends. So it might mean that you're disappointed that certain family couldn't come visit, or that you didn't have the funds to travel somewhere, or that somebody didn't reach out or make the time. And there could be travel delays, weather delays, and other things that are kind of factoring into why something didn't just quite come together for you to be able to spend time with another person. Then on the 21st of the month, we're going to see the sun go into Capricorn. So at this point, Capricorn, sun, obviously Mars, and then soon Venus will all be in your 7th house. So the end of December becomes very relationship oriented. But with that sun in Capricorn in the 7th, now partnerships step into the spotlight, and it's about having more mature, refined, committed relationships. And the sun is about values. So there is a sense of, I'm spending time with people who I value. I'm spending money on people. I'm giving gifts. And it can be about your clients, your relationships. It's a good time to work with a therapist as well, or a business manager in Capricorn. But I do think it's going to become more relationship oriented, and it's all about how you're showing up and being solid and reliable in relationships, and kind of expecting the same thing from other people as well. Now on the 24th of the month, then Venus goes into this house, and obviously Venus is about family relationships, or perhaps relationships from the past, connecting and collaborating with other people also. So it almost looks like some plans date-wise or even holiday-wise gets pushed back a little bit to later in the month when you can actually connect with people. Now, what I think about this transit is that it's great. Venus loves the 7th house. So this is where love now feels safe. It feels solid. It can also be beautifully real in the sign of Capricorn. And commitment can definitely deepen between you and another person. So if you're single, it's time to get out there and mix and mingle. If you're in a relationship, it might be a little bit more affectionate and loving than usual. And it's also giving you the opportunity to start really planning long-lasting future plans. Now, the month concludes with Mercury coming into a square with Saturn. Mercury obviously is moving through Sagittarius at this point on the 30th of your work zone, and it's going to square Saturn. And once again, I'm going to say this for all of the signs. The new moon in Sag, right? The sun in Sag, Mars in Sag, Mercury in Sag, all of these planets will go through your 6th house where you have had a retrograde, where it's been all about what am I reworking with work and schedule and health, and how this is coming up against 9th house matters. So some of you guys have had injuries, or you're on disability and you're going through a legal matter. Some of you guys have had wrongful termination and you're going through a legal battle. Some of you guys have been sick and you haven't been able to travel. Or some of you guys have been having to work 2 jobs and you're trying to figure out how to go back to school. All month long feels like this tension between these 2 things, but this is superior square. If you're organized, if you're on time, if you're committed, and you're optimistic, and you get things moving, you can move through it. But I see this as kind of like the final tweak at the end of 2025. I think it's going to be about you tweaking systems that aren't going to help you, move forward and be productive, that aren't going to kind of delay you from getting to where you want to go. So take into consideration that that is another kind of, speed bump day. That's what I'm going to call them. And I would say the most, beneficial days for you, Cancer, throughout obviously the month of December is going to be the 6th. I think it's really good with Jupiter in your sign. The 15th, the 19th, which is obviously a wellness new moon that has Jupiter in your sign. and the 24th, which is going to help you stabilize love and relationships. However, the 8th, 16th, 20th, and 30th are all more challenging days. Try to be gentle and, focus on what you can be restoring or healing when those difficult transits come up. But Cancer, you're ending 2025, I think, larger on the inside right now, and you're going to start to see that manifest on the outside in 2026. Obviously, you're used to kind of having a shell that protects you, but I think that now you're opening up a little bit more to the world, and especially when it comes to relationships in your heart. So I hope that that is something that manifests for you guys over the next month or two. It looks pretty magical if you ask me. So let's take a look and see what the cards say for you for the month of December and what you guys need to know this month. I love it, Justice card. I had a feeling. I was like, there's going to be something like Lovers, Justice, Ace of Cups. And this is about give and take and balance. What's fascinating is that Saturn is obviously the ruler of your relationships, right? So Saturn in the ninth could be, long distance relationship, a relationship you have with a coach or a therapist. It could also mean that there is some cultural differences that maybe you're having a relationship. And all the planets squaring Saturn is like, it hasn't been the right time. It's been a work issue, it's been a health issue, it's been a scheduling issue, and you just haven't been able to align with another person. And I think that by the end of the month, things start kind of balancing out, and what you put into, relationship land, you will get back in return. It could also mean that this is about really starting to look at what do other people bring to the table. And the seventh house is, do they bring you peace or do they bring you drama? Right? And so I do think that if people are, dating others, if you're a Cancer dating a long distance person or meeting long distance people, if they're communicating, if they're making the effort to meet you halfway or to visit you or go back and forth, it's a good sign. So look for balance in relationships, and a lot of karmic relationship themes are definitely taking place. That's what the cards say. Could it be a Libra? Maybe. It could be a Libra. It could be a Capricorn. To see more about your seventh house partnerships, you have to look at which house and which sign and which degree that ruling planet is in, and then how it's aspected. And that's going to give you a little bit more insight into when you might meet someone. Anyway, good luck. I'll catch you guys here back in 2026. What's up, Leo and Leo rising? Welcome to December 2026 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to be back with you. Obviously, we're going to talk all things involving the sun. And it's funny, I was looking at your chart and I was like, how cool is it to be a Leo rising and then have this stellium of planets going through Sagittarius in your fifth house this month? It's like, even though it's winter, it's going to feel like an eternal summer. And I think a lot of you guys are going to have a lot of fun and a lot of opportunities for romance. So I feel like I like your guys' transits probably the best of all of the signs this month so far. I don't pick favorites, but so the sun rules your chart. It's going to obviously start the month going through Sagittarius. So it's going through a fellow sister fire sign, which is friendly for you. It's in a house that is very much about creativity and drama and romance and having fun and children. So you vibe with this energy. I think what I would be mindful of is that it's only going to be there until the 21st. And then after the 21st, it's going to enter into Capricorn, where it's now time to get down to business, to routine, to structure, to focus on health, habits, and productivity. So enjoy that up until the end of the month. December, for a lot of people, it's a grand finale, but I think it's a grand finale for you guys in what it means to play, what it means to enjoy yourself, love affairs, artistic risks, and just like the sheer delight of just taking a chance is very much the fifth house. So, when the sun goes into Capricorn, the party doesn't necessarily end. It's just simply kind of maturing into something that can sustain you for the beginning of the year. And it's going to be about getting things in order so then you can be more focused on relationships as you're getting into February and March. So there's a process and a method to the madness. Now you will have a new moon in Sagittarius around 28 degrees. Later in the month, it looks like that's going to be happening around the 19th of December. So if you're a Leo, sun, moon, or rising, 27, 28, 29 degrees, it's going to trine you. I think you're going to love it. But I also think that because you're ruled by the sun, a new moon in the fifth house is saying, hey, if I'm trying to get pregnant, if I want to launch my own business, if I'm willing to take chances, if I want to take risks, If I want to find love, if I want to start a new hobby, this is a new moon that you do that. The only thing here is that it is ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter is retrograde in your 12th. So you're like, I'm tired, Grandpa. And this is me saying, that's too damn bad. Some of you guys have relationship situations that are keeping you up at night. Some of you guys have situations involving, your children that are literally keeping you up at night because of Jupiter in your 12th. It could also mean that you're up late working on creative projects in private. That's the positive. The challenging is that you're going to see not only the new moon, but also just the transiting sun this month square Saturn and square Neptune. So you're going to be a lot of, this would make me happy, but am I willing to take the risk? This is what I want to invest in, but, do I have the money? I want this grand love affair, but feeling a lack of connection and intimacy. So there is something that's kind of seeming problematic, either about a joint financial situation, a partner's money, an intimate relationship, that something feels disjointed and almost like it's scared for you to truly open up and be vulnerable with another person because you feel like somebody else may not meet you halfway. So keep an eye out for that. Besides that, we'll get into the other transits that are going to be taking place this month for you, and that's going to kick off with the full moon that's actually taking place in Gemini, and that's going to be on December the 4th. So on December 4th, you have this full moon that's going to be in your 11th house of friends, networks, parties, and play. I mean, great. This is also about future dreams. So if you go back to June of this year and think about what intentions you set here, now this is a social peak. So I hope you planted, goals revolving around making new friends, launching group projects, connecting with online communities, because likely this is a moment of celebration. And the ruler, Mercury, is actually going to be hanging out in Scorpio. So some kind of home goal, some kind of family gathering, some kind of, maybe you bought your first home or you're in your first apartment, you're inviting all your friends or your family over, or there is some big accomplishment going on in the family zone. Focusing on home and family goals seems to be the theme here. That's what I would really kind of highlight, and hosting stuff closer to home is not necessarily a bad idea. Now, on the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Scorpio in your 4th house of home come into a trine with Jupiter in Cancer. So this energy has been brewing pretty much since the end of October of this year because Mercury's gone retrograde. It's gone in and out of trines, not only to Jupiter, but Saturn and Neptune. And this basically means that there is deep healing conversations with family about home that's taking place. It could also mean that the ancestors are blessing you, that there is some positive turn in events with a property matter or a private emotional release that's kind of flowing, and it's giving you a little bit more grace, and it's also helping you heal. Very intuitive. Pay attention to your dreams and connections with family. On the 8th of the month, you're going to see Mars in Sagittarius in your 5th house of creativity, romance, and children, squaring Saturn. And this is where passions meeting boundaries, right? And Saturn rules relationships. It's also about timing and work. So it's possible that there's boundaries that you have to create revolving around a romantic relationship or revolving around a lover. Maybe this is a hang up with creative funding. Maybe there is a blockage or a challenge that comes up with investing. Be very careful with risks in investing, Leo, this month, between the retrograde that's still concluding and some of the planets going through the 5th house where you want to take risks. And I would say it could have a big impact, and it could also negatively impact joint finances if you're not careful. I do think that this is also like friction that's coming up that can be about children and expenses. And I would say acknowledge the friction, but know that it's actually forging uncomfortable situations that's pushing you to be a little bit more vulnerable and transparent with another person about what it is that you really need in order to feel loved. Now, on the 10th of the month, you're going to see that Neptune will station direct. So it's been retrograde in Pisces for several months now. Now that it's going direct, it's concluding its kind of tour of the grand mysteries of the 8th house. I know a lot of Leos and Leo risings that have been talking to me about life after death and the meaning of life and, reading the Egyptian Book of the Dead and getting into meditation or talking to mediums and things that also deal with a lot of confusing, emotions. Obviously, grief can be heavy with Saturn and Neptune here. And I would say for you guys, the fog that's been hanging around in regards to what's yours and what's mine, or what's going on with a tax situation or inheritance situation or a lump sum, Or maybe, you know, there's some psychological breakthroughs that happen. You know, it's all going to start to happen with Neptune going direct. So I think you're going to see what and who is real. I think that's really what this is going to be about. So let me know on that one. Also on the 10th, we're going to see Mercury oppose Uranus again. So that's been happening since end of October. It's been happening just recently in November. Mercury will be in your home zone. So it's about you and your money and your resources and communications over family and property. And there being some tension as it's opposing Uranus in your 10th house of career. Obviously, if you've got like anything at 27, 28, 29 of Leo, like this has been probably kind of stressful because it's been squaring you. It's all about how you react to things, Leo. So, you know, look at what happened with the new moon in Scorpio, right? The new moon opposed that. And I think there's been a lot of shocking revelations with this opposition. You know, for you, it's about sudden news about home or career. And this can involve a move, a parent, a title change, you know. Trust the lightning, because it almost looks like in order for you to make the bigger changes you want to make at, you know, work, you might have to make some necessary changes at home or vice versa. And you're kind of planning for that. And Uranus is going to spend some time still kind of shaking up your career. So I do think that's definitely a big theme. So I'm wondering if some of you guys know inevitably there is a career change coming. So you're trying to get your ducks in a row at home. All right, and then we've got on the 11th, Mercury will go back into Sagittarius, and this is a lot easier for you guys because it's moving into the area of your chart that's about playtime and creativity, and it'll be trining you because it's also in a fire element. And what this basically means is that now you can get back to flirting, you can get back to being creative, you can get back to you know, new ideas, and you're going to feel like romance is kind of sparkly. Maybe you have more funds or capability of being able to spend money on traveling or dating or extracurriculars. And on the 15th of the month, then we will see Mars leave the 5th house and go into the 6th house of Capricorn. I don't know. I really like when Mars transits the 6th house. I feel like it can get a lot of work done and it can help you really kind of speed up your goals, and it's good for working out and getting into the gym and being active. Obviously Mars is going to be about your home, and it's going to be about travel. So maybe you're getting your home or your travel affairs in order. Good for looking for a new job or just checking things off your to-do list, honestly. I think that this is also energy that's kind of flooding your body, flooding your desk and your routines. So work and wellness become places of mastery when Mars is in the sign of Capricorn. Also, the Mercury shadow ends that day. So through getting serious about your routines and your habits, maybe you can make time for the things that you love and having more fun. Then on the 16th, you're going to see the sun square Saturn. So be careful on this day, Leo, because the sun in the 5th house squaring Saturn means that there is going to be a bit of an ego check. And I don't know if it's going to be with a romantic partner, if it's you, if it's going to be your joy, you know, your children. And squaring Saturn means that there is going to be a test, and it's going to be, are you going to choose joy in the 5th house, or is it going to be about fear and loss? And I would say choose joy anyway. You know, like smile because it happened type of stuff. I know easier said than done, but it does make me feel like it can create some disappointments for some of you guys in the relationship department. It can also create a sense of being a little too risky, and potentially then being like, man, why did I take that risk? So that's why I said be careful with the markets. On the 19th, you have the new moon in Sag, which we talked about, which is kind of your solar power up, which I think is really good. It's very joyful for you guys. It is about starting a passion project, you know, trying to conceive something literally or figuratively, and the universe saying yes. Just keep in mind that the squares to Saturn and Neptune is going to have you going, can I afford it? Are people going to buy it? Am I taking too big of a risk? You know, and am I afraid to start over? And I would say, no, change can be good. Now, on the 20th of the month, you're going to see Venus going through a square to Saturn. So Venus will also be in your 5th house of romance, children, and creativity. And it will also square Saturn in Pisces in the 8th. And yeah, this could definitely bring a little bit of coldness in a relationship. This could be a little bit of doubt in romance or creativity. So it could manifest as a creative block. You know, self-love is the antidote, Venus in the 5th. This is also about taking action and doing something that you enjoy, and maybe keeping it to yourself, because Jupiter kind of rules both of these placements. That some things are still kind of getting worked out on the inside. And there could be also some like childhood related themes that are coming up, where you're healing a broken heart from when you were a kid, or when you were in a relationship when you were younger. And there's a sense of not wanting to take risks. And I would say you have to take risks when planets are going into the 5th house, even if you don't know how things are going to pan out, more in a creative sense than a relationship sense, and not allowing your affairs to kind of get the best of you. On the 21st, you're going to see the sun move into Capricorn in the 6th house, where then it starts really highlighting, obviously, a month-long journey, which is all about your body. It's all about service. So you're ready to get into a routine. You're ready to focus on organization. You're ready to start kind of like working out and getting maybe a jump start on your New Year's resolutions. And obviously it's ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is in the 8th. So this could be about mental health. This could be about detoxing, cleansing, purging, sobriety, getting organized with your finances, saving money, budgeting, you know, that kind of stuff. And on the 24th of the month, you're going to see Venus come into Capricorn. So now Venus will be in your 6th house. So, okay, work becomes beautiful, right? You could meet somebody at the laundromat. You could meet somebody at the gym. It's also possible that there's a lot more kind of loving, you know, TLC time spent with animals or pets. This can also mean that colleagues are a little sweeter, and you're trying to incorporate more beauty and more harmony into your daily routine. So sprucing up your office, bringing some flowers in, you know, picking up some sweets for people at work, and gifts giving and exchanges at work can be nice as well. And I think that this is also about like self-care rituals. I really would focus on that with Venus being in this house. Finally, we will see on December 30th, the last square will be Mercury in Sagittarius in your communication house, coming into a square with Saturn. And pretty much everybody will see a lot of planets, Sun, Mercury, and Mars, coming through the 5th house and coming into a square with planets in Pisces, in this case in your 8th house, Venus too. What's going to win? I mean, Sagittarius is going to win. So creativity and love, I think, trumps fear or scarcity. But I'm also a realist, and I know that when planets square Saturn, there's a delay. So, you know, maybe it means that you're really trying to refine a creative dream. Maybe it means that you're really trying to determine whether or not you're going to take a financial risk. And that could mean in the stock market, that could mean opening your own business, that could mean telling somebody how you feel. And I would say, yeah, it's a good time for you to just, if you're not sure, think on it. And I think everybody would really benefit by really thinking on the 30th, not the 31st, not the 1st. What is not working for me? And what am I ready to let go of? Because Mercury rules the South Node. So where do you not feel fulfilled in creative matters? Where are you not getting paid enough? Where are you not feeling valued? That kind of stuff can be coming up for you. And for you guys, I think the best dates this month are going to be the 4th, the 6th, the 19th, the 24th onward. Because it's just pure kind of like heart-opening energy for you with all that Sag. However, you are going to have some challenges. It'll be the 8th, the 16th, the 20th, and the 30th. Look at each day as simply just asking you to grow up a little bit. I hate to say that, but to kind of face the music. And if something is coming to, you know, a standstill, or something's not working, what do you need to kind of work out? Now, Leo, you're going to be ending 2025 probably having remembered that your light was not supposed to be hoarded. I think, you know, Jupiter in your 12th house is making you do that. You're kind of hiding out a little bit. But I think you're going to learn to shine going into 2026 without burning out. You have a lot to look forward to. Jupiter's in your sign, eclipses in your sign. And I think you're going to be really focusing on kind of carrying this flame into 2026, but it's going to be based off of your joy, okay? So let's see what the cards have to say for you, and what you need to know about the month of December, what's coming up, and what is the advice. Two of Swords. I'm not surprised. I think it's that retrograde that's like, do I stay or do I go? I think a lot of you guys know, and I'll just say this in advance, you know, knowing that you're going to have, you know, a Mercury retrograde in your 4th house next year. You're going to have a Venus retrograde in your 4th house next year. You're going to have a Mars retrograde, which represents your 4th house. A lot of y'all are going to move. Some of you guys are sitting there going, nope, never going to happen, won't happen. And trust me when I tell you, a lot of you guys are going to move. Some of you guys will move back home. Some of you guys will move to foreign lands. Some of you guys will move away for school. Some of you guys will travel to a place that you love and decide to move. A lot of you guys are going to move. And I look at this and I go, you can do this the easy way or the hard way. I think the Two of Swords is you like, you know, do I take that risk? Do I move for love? Will I ever meet somebody? Do I leave this relationship? You know, could I sell my house? And there's a lot of things that are up in the air right now, but I think that the Two of Swords is really saying, don't be indecisive. Focus on what brings you joy. What's going to make you happy? Where are you going to feel the happiest, right? And is that with a person? Is that in a place? Is that in a specific job? I don't know. But I think that this is about focusing on what's going to make you happy and not overthinking all of the details, because we have a tendency to get too wrapped up in the details when we see, you know, Saturn squares going on. And there are still things that kind of have to play out. But this can also mean don't hesitate if your heart or your emotions are trying to tell you something. Do not take too long to express your feeling. There can be a window of time that can be working in your favor, and then things are actually becoming more work focused. Certainly there will be a lot of relationship stuff coming up for you in, you know, January, February, March of next year too. But right now it's like if something's not working, you need to be decisive and you need to close one door so you can open another, right? All right, Leo, good luck. I'll catch you guys back here in 2026. What's up, Virgo and Virgo rising? Welcome to your horoscopes for December of 2025. I'm excited to chat with you. I'm also excited that you guys are no longer in a Mercury retrograde, so that's really good. Obviously, you know, Mercury rules you, and the last month or so it's been retrograde in Scorpio and Sagittarius. So some of you guys may feel a little deja vu because we're going to see some of the same aspects that Mercury has made over the last month or so. Positives would be better communication with friends, opportunities to travel with partners, but some of the challenges is definitely going to be some stress when it comes to traveling, when it comes to communication and plans. Things can kind of go a little sideways, and that's the Uranus opposition. And then we will see Mercury come back into Sagittarius where it was last month, which is really going to be more about what's going on the home and family front. And so I'm really going to drive this home, particularly for my mutable signs. I'll do it for everybody, but you know, there is just a god-awful amount of planets going through Sagittarius. So you have all of this focus on your home. It could be a property matter, your family, it could be a roommate, it could be what's going on with holiday plans, potential moves, you know, changes on the home front, or just having to be there for family. And it's all squaring the South Node in Virgo. So, you know, squares to the North and the South Node represent you must deal with this situation in order to get out of the past and move into the future. So some of you guys quite literally have to move, go home, visit family, you know, make a change with your living situation. And that has probably already begun playing out. And you're going to see it kind of hit a peak this month. The fourth house is also the ends of situations. So it can be family endings, home endings, things like that. And it's all coming into a square with the North Node in your relationship house, as well as Saturn, which is relationship karma, and Neptune, which can be about partners, emotions, or clarity. You could feel like I'm trying to move, or I'm trying to plan stuff, and my partner's forgetting, they're not checked in, or they're not considering me, or maybe we're doing something different this holiday. We're not staying home, we're traveling, right? So there can be some fuzziness there. So just kind of keep that in mind. But I think December is like your long exhale. I think you will be so pleased when we get to Capricorn season, because you're going to be like, that was a lot. Obviously, you know, Mercury has, you know, been doing its thing where it's been kind of going back and forth in the area of the mind, communication, where there's maybe been some tension in how you're communicating, learning, or getting around, and then the family stuff. But it's going to start to get easier from the 15th on. So let's start with the first transit, which is going to be the full moon that's going to be in Gemini, which will be taking place in your natal 10th house of career and reputation. Now, Virgo, we got a lot of mutable energy in the skies. Pretty much everything is represented but Gemini. So if you're a mutable sign and then we see this Gemini full moon, it's going to kind of square a lot of stuff in the chart, and it's going to make you guys go, what is going on? Like, you know, everything is like kind of impacting each other. The good news is this is really culminations and kind of things that are unfolding that's connected to, you know, seeds that you planted in June of this year when it comes to your career. Since then, Uranus has gone in your 10th house. So some of you guys are working more than one job. Some of you guys are trying to launch a job while you're working something full time. Some of you guys are out of work and you're considering if you want to go back to work. Some of you guys are, you know, nope, I'm going back to school or I'm traveling. So I know there's a lot of change going on with Uranus in your 10th house. I can only imagine. All I can say is that the full moon is giving you some professional recognition. And it's also going to be a little bit of like, you know, getting your moment in the spotlight. So some of you guys might get a new title. Maybe you're launching a business. Maybe there is a reputation moment that you have been building towards. and you're finally getting your recognition or your acknowledgement where it's due. But starting jobs, launching businesses, and important kind of moves that are happening professionally is likely with this one. It's also ruled by Mercury, which is your ruler too. And Mercury is going to be just chilling in Scorpio in your third house of documents and communications and media. Slightly in a trine to Jupiter where there's good news, and also in a trine to slightly Saturn, which can also be about commitments. So some of you guys may get like a partnership offer. Some of you guys might start working with a partner. Some of you guys might, bring in more clients. It's also somehow tied maybe to reworking contracts or negotiations or websites. That could be something else. And on the 6th of the month, we're going to see Mercury trine Jupiter. So that's good for you because obviously your Mercury, it rules you and your career, and it's in your third house of the mind. So as it trines Jupiter, it's probably a lot of opportunities to communicate and connect with networking, groups. It can also mean that there's brilliant ideas that you have when you're going for a walk or when you're driving. It can mean that you have helpful friends. There's lucky emails, fortunate kind of conversations, good news coming via phone call. And words are opening doors. So you have to stay optimistic. You have to be positive, and you have to be thinking about who you can kind of check in with that can kind of help you keep the good luck flowing. And then on the 8th of the month, you're going to see Mars in Sagittarius coming into a square with Saturn in Pisces. 24 to 29 degrees of Virgo, sun, moon, or rising is what's going to get crushed this month. And I'm not saying that to be negative. I'm not a negative reader. I'm just telling you guys, be aware that if you happen to be those degrees or the latter degrees of Virgo, you've got Saturn and Neptune opposing you, or you're feeling like there's either a partner that's out to lunch or they're not all there, or you're feeling that lack of partnership. And then you've got building kind of family related things that are going on at the same time. So the family stuff, in some certain situations, some of you guys are going to go, well, we're not renewing our lease, or, they're selling our house, or, having issues with roommates, or we're going through a separation. I would be like, go home, Virgo. With Venus being in the fourth house, someone's going to take care of you. With also having Mercury in the fourth house, you're going to be more comfortable there. I also think that with the new moon there, going and getting some perspective and having some time in a place that feels like home or is cozy or with family may give you the reprieve or the break that you need from some of the drama that's going on in relationship land. Now, if you're not having that, lucky you. Could be just family relationships that get tested. But I look at this and I go, well, all right, your home life and your partnerships are clashing. And there could be a renovation, there could be a move, a family member that's testing boundaries, Compromise through strength is important. Maybe family members are very critical of a partner that you're with. That can happen. They could be like, what are they doing? Or what's their plan? Or are they working? Or, are they sober? I mean, you can have some family that's going to be, having something to say about relationships or their lack of. That could be something else. So try not to take it personally. We can also see on the aspect of the square to the seventh house is that compromise, I think, is going to be the key. That's going to be the strength. Now, on December 10th, you're going to see Neptune go direct in Pisces, and that'll be in your seventh house. And it's been going through there for years in your relationship house where there's been some confusion in relationships or feeling like people are back and forth, they're hot and cold. And I look at this and I go, well, there's going to be some clarity in relationships that's going to happen. Obviously, the fog starts to lift and you finally start to see who you're partnered with or who you're tied to more clearly. And that can be positive where you're like, oh my gosh, I'm realizing it's not that they're isolating themselves. They're just going through a difficult time and they need my support. Okay. But it could also mean, oh my God, the mask has come off and I'm realizing they're not who I thought they were. And, they're really going through some issues and now it's becoming a little bit more obvious. On the 10th of the month, we're also going to see Mercury oppose Uranus. So obviously Mercury is still moving through Scorpio. It's your chart ruler in the third house. So a conversation, communication, moving or traveling. And it's going to oppose Uranus in your 8th, which could be travel delays, challenges with communication, legal issues, problems dealing with mentors or teachers, scheduling matters kind of coming to a head as well. So think back to what happened around the end of October and the 18th, 19th, 20th of November. As you're watching this, it's still happening. And this basically means that there can be, sudden insight. That's good. But it can also mean that there is a travel disruption. There's a flight delay. There's an argument that you have with a teacher, with a sibling. And it can also be spelling out some issues involving transportation. So brilliant, yes, but definitely startling. And then on December 11th, your chart ruler Mercury moves back into Sagittarius, where it kind of peeped into briefly in November. This means that you are going home, or you're focusing on home, or you're organizing your home, or you're working from home, or you're just winding down because there's much more focus on what's going on, probably with family and the holidays. Now, this means conversations about home, family, and roots are going to be the main focus. I just want to remind you guys that all of these planets in Sagittarius are ruled by Jupiter, which is retrograde in the 11th. So for some of you guys, it's I'm actually staying with a friend, or, you know, my goals revolving around my home and my living situation have changed, or, you know, maybe it means that you're traveling for the holidays and you're getting out of the house. Typically, no. When your chart ruler's in the 4th house, when you have a new moon in the 4th house, when you have Venus in the 4th house, sure, some of you guys might have family coming to stay with you. That might happen. But watch for that friction between roommates or partners, because it's a real thing. All right, so then we're going to see on the 15th of the month, Mars is going to go into Capricorn, which I think you're going to like, because obviously it's another earth sign, so it will train you at some point. But the 5th house is about creativity, children, playtime, and obviously it's Capricorn, so it's about creative work or learning how to make playtime a priority. Dating and children can be a big theme. Mars does represent learning and communication or traveling, and it's also connected to expenses. So there could be some romantic kind of getaways, some short distance trips, you know, going on a road trip or getting away for a couple days. And this is about passion, play, and romance and creativity all surging, but with like that disciplined nature of Capricorn. So I think that with that factored in with Mercury retrograde is like, okay, we can cut loose, you know, like, and kind of have a good time. So even though some of you guys don't actually technically get time off for like another 10 days, some of you guys are already mentally checked out, you know, and you're already kind of planning, or you're feeling a little bit more kind of family oriented. Then we're going to see on the 18th of the month, the sun in Sagittarius comes into a square with Saturn. So that's one you're going to have to watch for, because the sun represents what's hidden or self-undoing or subconscious. And this can mean that, you know, you're maybe focusing on family and trying to avoid a partnership or a relationship issue. Or it can mean that I'm going to go and spend time alone, and, you know, my partner's going to do something different on this day, or we're planning something different for the holidays with separate family, or doing something different. I think that, you know, this is another nudge to balance what's going on emotionally at home with your relationships, and it's really a call for you not to just run away. Now on the 19th, you're going to have a new moon in your 4th house, which is the once a year time that you can set intentions for your home and your living situation. So if you're knowing in the next year you want to buy a house, if you're looking for the perfect home, if you want to find somebody to help you remodel your kitchen, if you want to spend more time to go home and see your parents, that kind of stuff, this is where you set your intentions. And it's all ruled by Jupiter, so it is retrograde in the 11th, so your friends and your goals are kind of factoring into where you live, how you live, and what it is that you would consider to be a comfortable home kind of vibe. You want to set those intentions. However, I'm a realist, okay? And for everybody, I'm going to keep reiterating, because the second half of the month is where you start to see all these Saturn, Neptune squares. You know, it's a new moon at 28 degrees, which means it's squaring Saturn. So in order for you to have this new home, you need support. It might mean you need to find a real estate agent. You need to deal with, you know, some relationship issues. You have to get clarity about what your partner wants or where you would go. Certainly some of you guys are very adventurous, and you'd consider moving to a foreign place or a place you haven't been before. And I think there is this lack of a partnership having a vision, and that could mean you're wondering, well, are we going to stay together? Are we going to know a lot about where we're going? Are we doing our homework? So yeah, set those intentions from home, but make sure that whoever you're working with through the process of figuring out where that new home life or what it looks like, that you have some support throughout that. Now, on the other end of that, I would say emotional nesting, healing, family patterns. That could be something else that could be good that can come through this. And family gatherings too. And the families that feel like home. Or the friends that feel like family or at home. All right, so then we've got on the 20th, Venus in Sagittarius in your 4th house of home, squaring Saturn. I look at this as like a woman being critical of a partner, and it could be a sister, it could be, you know, a mother figure, it could be a cousin, it could be a friend. Yeah, watch for that, or being critical about, you know, what's changing in, you know, a relationship or kind of in like a home situation. Temporary heaviness at home or with a partner, you know, try to be tender with the situation. Don't be taking it personally, because you might feel like either you're being isolated out of a family or a relationship situation or vice versa and needing a little bit of a break. And then on December 21st, the sun in Capricorn moves into the 5th house where Capricorn season begins, where now you can feel like, okay, I can focus on my joy, I can be creative, I have time for hobbies. This is also about dating and focusing on creating something that's beautiful or spending time with your children. On the 24th of the month, you're going to see then Venus enter this house. And I think with the sun being there and Venus being there, I think a lot of Virgo risings are going to feel very inspired. I think they're going to feel that there's this really romantic vibe. There's a lot of creativity, that there's opportunity for mature, lasting, you know, classy, kind of satisfying relationships. And then finally on the 30th of the month, you're going to see the finale is Mercury in Sagittarius in your 4th house, squaring Saturn in Pisces. Final adjustments to the home plan and whether or not it's setting well with a partner. I just want to remind you that Sagittarius is squaring Pisces from, you know, the superior angle. So it basically means that it's in a situation where it has the upper hand now, and it's kind of attacking Pisces from the right-hand side. So your family, your home, your emotions are all going to play a huge role in what's going on with your relationships. And if you're like, Candace, I'm single, this doesn't really make sense, I would be like, get ready to go home for the holidays. And people are going to be like, why are you still single? And you're going to be like, now I have to explain to you the whole archetype of the high priestess, mom, you know, and why you are alone, or maybe that you have met somebody, but you don't want to say anything. So there is going to definitely be some back and forth with family about relationships, and somebody is bound to feel like they're being left out. So just kind of try to keep that in mind. All right. So when it comes to your best dates this month, I like the 4th for your career. I like the 6th. I like the 15th. I like the 19th for setting intentions for a new home. And I like the 24th. However, the 8th, the 16th, the 20th, the 30th, these are all days that you need to just take a second, refine, take a step back, and breathe. And I think that for a lot of you guys, to be honest with you, like you're closing 2025 with a sharper mind. I think that that's thanks to the retrograde ending. And I think that this is also about kind of figuring out where you need to be, right? What feels right. And whether that's a relationship or if that's a home situation, I think your heart is finally going to start to feel like it can kind of like take a rest here pretty soon. So I hope that's helpful for you guys. Obviously, let me know. Especially I want to hear, I'm sure you guys are going to have some crazy stories about how the holidays went different this year. And it can be good. I think I've heard some Virgo risings that are like, we're just traveling. We're not even going to be home for the holidays. That's a good way to use the Sag energy. Sure. So let's see what the cards have to say for you guys. Love it. I got the Emperor, which makes me wonder, you know, like the 4th and the 10th house can be interchangeable. So it can mean like one's your mom, one's your dad, but not always. And I'm looking at Mars going through your 4th house. I'm looking at the sun going through your 4th house. I'm looking at the new moon in your 4th house. Is there something coming up revolving around a dominant figure at home? And who usually rules the roost? And that could be one of your parents, that could be you or your partner, that could be a dominating kind of force in the family, you know, dealing with father figures or brothers or husbands. And the Emperor is somebody who's usually, you know, they call the shots, but they do it in a way that they're respected, and they do it in a way where, they appreciate tradition. So I'm kind of getting the vibe that, you know, some family is going to be like, well, this is how we do things, you know, and like a partner is getting kind of like a baptism by fire experience with, you know, how things go around the holidays at home. You know, we all have like family drama, so I think I can say that, but that's the vibe that I'm getting. So for you to pull the Emperor, I'm wondering, who is it? Or is it about you handling some of these kind of home and family situations like a boss? Let me know, Virgo. I will see all of you guys very soon. Hey Libra and Libra rising, welcome to your December 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to chat with you about what is going on for the month ahead. All right, so as always, we're going to start with what's happening with Venus, because Venus is your ruler. And we start the month actually with Venus continuing to move through the sign of Sagittarius. So it's going through your third house. This is all about short distance travel, connection with your siblings or relatives, focusing on your community, maybe learning. Anything involving also vehicles and communications or gadgets is the theme. Now, just as a reminder, we will be seeing that this is moving through the same house where you had Mercury, which turned retrograde last month. So there's been a lot of reworking your travel plans, or maybe reworking communication, or reconnecting to other people and learning something new about the communication process. So there is just a god-awful amount of planets that are in Sagittarius this month. And there's also going to be a number of squares that are going to be happening, including Venus, which will come into a square with Saturn in Pisces in your 6th house of work, health, and routine, and Neptune as well. So you're going to want to watch out for that Venus-Saturn square. You're also going to be watching on the 24th, when she's going to be descending into the lowest part of your chart. She'll be moving into your 4th house, which is going to be dealing with your home and your family, property. Likely it's about bringing grace and peace and beauty to your literal home and your family life. So for some of you guys, you're going home to visit family. For others, you're dealing with property matters. Maybe you're preparing your home. Maybe you're going to be hosting. And that's going to be what you're really going to want to watch for the most this month. But I think that for the most part, you know, for the first half of December, even in spite of some scheduling challenges or some health challenges or some issues with pets or work, you're trying to find ways to be able to kind of communicate as clearly and I think eloquently as possible. Now on the 4th of the month, this is going to be the first transit we're going to look at. You're going to be having a full moon, which will be taking place in Gemini, which is a fellow sister air sign. So it'll be at 13 degrees. So if you have anything 12, 13, 14 degrees of Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, this is rather favorable for you guys for the most part. This means that back in June of this year, there were seeds that were planted regarding where you want to travel, what you believe in, publishing themes, anything with higher education or legal matters, and now it's reaching some kind of climax. So, you know, maybe some kind of truth that you've been seeking since June is now starting to kind of open up for you. The ruler of this house is going to be Mercury, and when the full moon hits, Mercury will be in Scorpio in your 2nd. So it's going to be about, do I invest in school? Do I invest in publishing? Do I need to pay for legal matters? Is there expenses going out revolving around travel? And also the bigger meaning of what you value. I think that's going to be the big theme as well. Now on the 6th of the month, you will see then Mercury, which is in Scorpio at the beginning of December, is now coming into a trine with Jupiter in Cancer in your house of career. I think this is really actually great. It's a great aspect. It's about communication and obviously money or financial themes tied to how you feel about work. And Jupiter is the ruler of your 6th house of health, habits, and organization. It's also about communication. So I know a lot of Libra risings have been trying to figure out, how do I communicate my needs more? How do I get into a healthier communication habit? How do I organize, you know, my schedule or even my finances? And I would be expecting there to be some money and career conversations that are going to be bringing good news and potentially even abundance or a new job. Some of you guys might get a bonus. Some of you guys might get a raise, or maybe finally money that's been due to you is kind of coming in. And some of you guys may also be investing in healthier kind of foods or products or health related services as well. Then on the 8th of the month, you're going to see Mars coming into a square with Saturn. So Mars is going through your 3rd house of communication, driving, the mind, siblings, you know, anything involving learning, and it'll square Saturn in your 6th house of health, habits, and routine. Well, Mars rules money, and it also rules relationships. So it looks like you're trying to either have a conversation with a neighbor, maybe with a sibling, maybe with a partner, about, you know, expenses. It can also be about timing and whether or not you're hitting some roadblocks with traveling and work or health related matters. I do think that this is a time that I'd be paying attention to how I communicate. This is also going to be about words or travel plans, meeting delays, That could be because you need coverage for work. That could be because of a health issue. Definitely pay attention to breathing and lung related issues. Inflammation with lungs can be a theme. And patience really is going to perfect the message. So if you're trying to quickly sign a contract or book travel, or if you're trying to, have some kind of website up or trying to get some newsletter out, I would say pace yourself, because this is a day where there's definitely going to be some delays. Now on the 10th of the month, you're going to see Neptune is going to go direct in Pisces in your natal 6th house. It's the modern day ruler. Obviously, Neptune makes things kind of murky. And this is where, if there's been any work issues, health issues, strange, diagnosis, maybe some problems with coworkers or some issues with your pets, there's going to be some kind of clarification here. And obviously, you'll see as the month goes on, Mars, the Sun, Venus, eventually we'll see Mercury. They're all going to start coming into a square with Saturn and Neptune. And at least in Sagittarius, it's in superior angle. So if you can communicate, you can work through some of the work or health challenges. And communication is king. Obviously, Jupiter is the ruler of all this in your career house. So it means that this is about delegating tasks, trying to stay on top of your schedule, trying to manage your time wisely, and not allowing miscommunications or travel plans to kind of get in the way of things. So it is possible that, routines become more sacred again. So if you've gone back to old, fitness programs or wellness or mental health, kind of practices, likely that's going to be really beneficial for your health and also your daily flow. Also on the 10th, we're going to see Mercury in Scorpio in your financial house coming into an opposition with Uranus and Taurus in your joint financial house. And this is also about intimacy and psychological stuff. Mercury is tied to the South Node, so it's about losses. It's also going to be about things you didn't know, or where your intuition or your dreams are trying to tell you something about making financial moves. Shocking, surprising conversations about financial things, about intimacy, about budgets, about investments. And Uranus is the ruler of your 5th house of love affairs, children, and risks. So likely, you're kind of trying to figure out how to navigate a tricky financial situation, how to be dealing with partners' money or investments or loans. You've had this happen a couple times. So it happened around Halloween. It's happened also this past week, the 17th, 18th, 19th of November. And what you're going to find is that there is this cycle that's continuing where there is yet another shocking, sudden financial news that's tied to another person. Now, yes, it's shocking, right? But Uranus is about liberation. So it's about getting all of the financial stuff out in the air so it can kind of be dealt with, so it can be navigated through. And it looks like you're coming out of a period that's been really strong financially. So if you've got a financial situation involving a loan that's a delay, or a partner going through some financial challenges, I think you've got it settled, but there can also be some arguments over finances or values that can come up. So you want to watch for that. Also be careful with anything that deals with cryptocurrencies, passwords, data information, something that gets exposed, because that can definitely happen. So I would be really careful with online purchases and transactions. And you will see on the 11th of the month, there is going to be Mercury in Sag. So Mercury is going to now come back into Sagittarius, where it was last month. While it's dealing with your subconscious, your intuition, and also your beliefs, Mercury going into the 3rd house can be a time where you're just trying to communicate more optimistically. You're trying to see the silver lining. Maybe it means that you're communicating more with people in foreign lands. It can mean that you have a sudden interest in reading or taking a course, and possibly even planning a short distance trip. Now, Mercury is still in shadow, but I think that your mind and almost your tongue is going to sparkle this month. So it's perfect for writing. It's also great for teaching as well as negotiations. You'll see on the 15th of the month, Mars will be moving into Capricorn. So this is going to be bringing lots of action when it comes to your home zone, especially when it comes to financial expenses, purchases, your values, and your relationships. So I've told all of the signs all year long what we do when Mars goes into the 4th house. So now it's your turn, Libra. Obviously, over the next 6 weeks at some point, this Capricorn energy, and you'll see this building into January, is going to put a huge emphasis on your home. Now, this might mean money that's derivative from home, working from home, properties, rentals, expenses revolving around, the holidays and hosting. But it's also about the motivation to get things done. So if you don't want to see the negative energy of Mars manifest, like fights with family, having home intrusions, which obviously touch wood, but it can happen, or any issues revolving around like tension with relationships or family, come up with a to-do list, okay? Your home zone is probably gonna be very busy. And I would say, cooking, organizing, trying to host people. Yeah, you may get a little flustered throughout the transit, but Mars is actually very strong in Capricorn. It's exalted. So if you have been wanting to finally finish a home project, if you've been wanting to go and find the perfect home, if you've been trying to save up money towards a new living situation, you're going to see a lot of headway over the next couple of weeks. Now, this also means that, if you want to move, you can move. It might mean that family dynamics get a little spicy, but there's going to be activations with purpose. And it's about working together as a team with your family or a partner to make sure that your home dreams become a reality. Now, on the 15th of the month, we're also going to see the Mercury shadow end. So there's no more kind of kickback from the Mercury retrograde. However, on the 16th, we start seeing planets that are going to start coming into a square with Saturn in Pisces and eventually Neptune. And on the 16th, the Sun will square Saturn. So this means that when it comes to your goals or community or even communication with people at work, or maybe how you're communicating with coworkers, how you're trying to meet deadlines, you're going to hit a little bit of a road bump. And this is basically because Saturn delays, but he doesn't deny. This is where it's really important to delegate tasks, to communicate with a sense of duty. It's a really good time for pacing yourself and editing things, looking through your emails, making sure you're spell checking, making sure you're not rushing to kind of get something out without, really making sure everything is complete. I also feel like this is about not abandoning something. So even though squares do represent a frustrating, challenging delay, it is the energy of Saturn. It can also mean that, we can communicate what's not working. We can get clear about all of the details, and it might be worth hiring help or assistance from somebody else to get this done. So if you are needing to have your car worked on, if you need to hire an assistant, if you are needing to have somebody edit a web page or put something together online for you, it might be worth hiring somebody. Just be patient. On the 19th, you're going to see a new moon in Sagittarius, which will be taking place in your third house of communication in the mind. What I like about this is that, the positive is it's obviously a house that's ruled by Jupiter. So it's going to be about positive communication, setting intentions for learning. If you are wanting to launch a message, put together a course, sign a contract, in theory, it's a pretty good new moon to do that. And it's setting the stage for the next 6 months to do more work in the communication department. So if you want to launch a blog, a YouTube channel, if you're wanting to focus on your media, this is when you do it, but you have to really look at it in a sobering way and go, do I have time for this? Am I making time for this? Do I have the necessary skills to complete this? And also, where is my health or my mental health potentially getting impacted with just all of this communication that's coming in? Positive, I want to focus on positive, is that Jupiter is the ruler and it's in your career house. So if you're involved in communications, education, publishing, travel, legal matters, it's saying you will have success in the future in getting your voice out there, but you have to really be better with your time management and maybe potentially cut your losses where there are some things that are just not working, some things that are not also beneficial, I think maybe for your health and your habits. But nevertheless, set those intentions with the new moon in Sagittarius, especially if you are planning on getting ready to launch anything digitally, or if you're looking to buy a car, or if you're looking to move. Now, on the 20th of the month, this is where you're going to need to pay attention, Libra. Venus and Sagittarius in your third house of siblings, communication, the mind, will come into a square with Saturn. And this is one that's going to sting a little bit. I think that you may have a moment of doubt, and there's going to be a sense in you going, okay, can I maintain my promise? Can I maintain this trip that I have planned? Can I continue to keep studying? Is there's something going on where I'm getting hard on myself about, not healing something or not being on time. Watch your health. Be mindful of any travel delays or any issues regarding relationships that you have with siblings, neighbors, or coworkers. Try to have some self-compassion and recognize that this is really mind over matter, and that if you can really keep your head on straight, especially mentally, and not like lose your cool and take it one day at a time, that you will still, I think, meet some of the goals. They might just come a little bit later going into January. Now, then you're going to see on the 21st of the month, the sun goes into Capricorn. So now it's going to be putting an emphasis for the next month on home and family dealings. It's shining a light on your roots. It's more reflective. It's more private. And there can be parties, gatherings, get-togethers, spending time, hosting friends. And it's really just showing you your goals when it comes to your home zone. Then on the 24th, Venus, your chart ruler, moves into Capricorn. So this means that you're really focusing on beautifying your home. Maybe it's about hosting. Maybe it's about going back home and seeing family. It can also mean that there is a woman that's coming to stay and visit with you, or you are really just taking a lot of pride and joy in being able to have some comfortable time over the holidays with your family. This also means that home becomes your sanctuary and family relationships can heal. You can also find that inner peace can finally begin to arrive. Finally, on the 30th of December, we're going to see Mercury in Sagittarius in your third house of the mind coming into a square with Saturn in Pisces. So very similar to like the 20th and also like when the sun squared Saturn. This really tells me that, you know, there is a need to polish a message, or, you know, come up with a plan for how you are going to be coming up with a schedule to work more efficiently in the new year in 2026. This may also be a time where there is a delay with travel. There is a delay with, you know, communications or connection. Maybe there is a difficult time connecting with a sibling. Maybe there is going to be some car or vehicle related stuff that you kind of have to deal with. But I really feel like this is about being optimistic and positive, even in spite of some of the delays, and reminding yourself that you can't make everything happen in one day, right? Mercury connecting to your South Node, 12th house transit, and the 9th house transit is don't sweat the small stuff. Don't stress out over, you know, not getting the message perfect or just right. Definitely double and triple check anything involving travel or vehicles, as well as emails and contracts, because there can be some missing pieces in the midst of this square. Now, Libra, I think your best days are going to be the 6th and the 11th through the 19th. There's going to be better communication going on there. You're also going to find that on the 24th onward, your home and time with family or feeling like you can finally take a rest is going to be much needed and appreciated. However, your most challenging days are going to be the 8th, the 16th, the 20th, and the 30th. This is where you'll have to really practice having grace under pressure. Now, Libra, I think that 2025 ends knowing that really the most beautiful thing that you have learned about this year is that you feel like you have finally found what feels like home. And you're going to see how that manifests as you're kind of getting into January of next year, as there's a whole slew of planets going through Capricorn. Right now, I think it's just about taking a deep breath and enjoying the time that you're going to have with those who are closest to you. So with that being said, let's see what the cards say for you for the month of December. If the tarot can give us any feedback on what Libra and Libra rising needs to know for this month. Oh, thank Goddess, you get the 10 of Cups. I'm relieved. It's been a month. I think that, you know, the 10 of Cups is happily ever after, home and family, everybody's together, all of that stuff. But this is also feeling like, okay, this is what I have worked so hard for, you know, to finally be able to enjoy the fruits of my labor, to finally be with family, to feel emotionally overjoyed, complete. I think that, yeah, I think that's definitely a theme. Perhaps maybe you're really focusing on, you know, needing to be better with some of your time management so you can make time for the things that you enjoy. So really, you know, enjoy that time that you have with friends, family, and loved ones. Enjoy the creature comforts of being at home too, and allowing yourself to really have a lot of appreciation and gratitude for what you've been able to accomplish this year. So Libra, good luck. I'll see you in 2026. Let me know what happens. All right, we've got Scorpio and Scorpio rising. What's up, Scorpio? Welcome to your December 2025 horoscopes. I'm excited to be here with you. As you know, we're going to start with your chart rulers, plural. We're going to look at Mars and we're going to look at Pluto. But not much is really kind of going on with Pluto right now. You're not really going to see any significant Pluto aspects, maybe a few sextiles, but nothing that's too big. But Pluto is continuing to move through Aquarius and it's direct now. So there is a huge emphasis on major changes and transformations on the home front. Pluto does hit 2 degrees this month. So that's going to be physical, financial changes. That's going to be about your goals when it comes to your home and your family, what you can accumulate, what you can make happen, what you can build. Now, Mars is a completely different bag of tricks this month, and Mars is going to be spending the first half of the month in Sagittarius. So it is still going through the part of your chart that deals with your self-esteem, your spending power, your resources, and also your money. And this is the house where you've had a Mercury retrograde, okay? So having had a Mercury retrograde here means a lot of Scorpio and Scorpio risings have been dealing with money frustrations, delays in resources, money going out, money not coming in, and there's certainly a theme of you going through that storm in this last month and having to be resilient. So it will stay in the second house until the 15th of December, so there's still a lot of earning potential, and then you will see that there is going to be a shift where Mars is going to go into Capricorn in the third house. Mars is exalted, so this is one of the better signs that Mars can be in other than Aries and Scorpio. This is the house that deals with communication, the mind, short distance trips, siblings, but also if you have an online business or if you're in the business of travel or in the business of negotiations of some kind. And I think that really, December is a powerful month for you to really learn how to articulate yourself differently. Obviously, when it's in your money house in Sagittarius, you're fighting for your worth, you're fighting for money, you're fighting for values and your self-esteem. And on the 15th, then it's going to be shifting gears and it's going to go into your third house where it's turning intensity now into influence. So what you say over the next 6 weeks is really going to reshape your reality. I think that if I were a Scorpio rising, and I'm a Scorpio sun, so I'm going to take some of my own advice, hopefully. But I think I would be focusing on writing, journaling, hiking, getting into a movement routine. And I think about how this is a house ruled by Saturn, and Saturn's in your 5th house. So you might be wanting to talk about creative ventures. You might be wanting to launch websites. You might want to be starting a community business. You might be doing some creative writing. Maybe you are more open to expressing yourself emotionally in relationships or, traveling to see children or visiting children in some capacity. So keep that in mind and know that as the month goes on, from what I can see, things are definitely going to get better when it comes to your finances and your self-esteem. Now, the month kicks off on December the 4th, where we have a full moon taking place in Gemini in your natal 8th house. And Scorpio, this is a part of the chart you can't see. The 8th house is hidden, it's in a shadow. So there can be some things that can come up with this full moon that you don't see coming. Positive is that when the full moon comes in, it's basically concluding intentions that you have set when it comes to 8th house topics back in June of this year. So the 8th house is, okay, death, sex, taxes, right? You know that. But this is also about intimacy, intimate conversations, right? Gemini, it's about changing your mind. It's about the support that comes from other people's money, be that inheritances, child support, refunds, insurance matters, like large sums of money that can kind of come out of the blue from others. So other people can be more generous, but this can also represent with the full moon because the ruler is Mercury back in your sign, that you have come to the conclusion that you are ready to change and you are ready to change and be more vulnerable, be more open, maybe be seeing joint financial situations differently. I also feel like for many of you guys, this is going to be giving you opportunities to have a psychological breakthrough. So maybe a debt is paid, a secret is revealed, a bond is deepened, but that's going to be because you're opening up and communicating differently. On the 6th of December, we will see Mercury in your sign, in your 1st house, forming a trine to Jupiter in Cancer. Now, this is wonderful because not only is it trining Jupiter, but also that means it's coming into a trine with Saturn. So this is the same energy that we saw in October where, yes, it's been very emotional, but Mercury is the mind and joint finances. Jupiter represents obviously expansion of your beliefs and also opportunities for travel and romance. And this means that you're going to be feeling more magnetic. You're going to be feeling more optimistic. Your words can carry luck and expansion. How you see things and whether or not you're willing to see things from a different perspective and try to have gratitude and see the silver lining for what you do have is really going to help. So yeah, watch for lucky travel and kind of relationship opportunities with that, especially if you're traveling and you meet somebody, or there could be some breakthroughs with publishing or something relating to law. On the 8th of the month, this is one you need to watch for, Scorpio. Mars in your money house of Sagittarius is going to come into a square with Saturn in Pisces in your 5th house of gambling, dating, children, risks, the market. Scorpio risings, pay attention. This is a day that you want to be really careful when you're taking some kind of a risk financially. And that could mean you're investing in something. That could mean it's a romantic risk. That could mean, lavishly spending money on, just going out and partying. But this is also where money meets creativity or romance. And yes, there will be some tension here of, well, I have to buy this in order to be happy, or I have to, participate in this activity in order to feel fulfilled. And I would say not necessarily. And the positive thing that's happening all month long is that there's this heavy stellium in Sagittarius that's in a superior square to Saturn and Neptune in the North Node in Pisces. So this tells me that your goals when it comes to your finances and your resources are really bulking up, and you're going up against your fears, and you're like, nope, I'm going to be positive. I'm going to be optimistic. This is going to work out. I don't see the outcome yet, but it's going to work out. And it may look a little gloomy in the financial or the relationship department before there's a breakthrough. This could also be some tensions involving financing creative projects, expenses relating to children, that kind of stuff. Now, I think the tension will forge value for what it's worth. On the 10th, you're going to see Neptune is going to turn direct in your 5th house of Pisces, and it has been retrograde for a few months. Now it's concluding its retrograde. As we're getting into 2026, Saturn and Neptune will leave Pisces, so this is like the grand finale. Right now, though, it's in the house that deals with your love life, romance, creativity, and if there's been some confusion around a creative project or what makes you happy or where you stand in a relationship or whether or not you're going to complete a creative project, you're going to see something is going to now start to break through. So I think that your creative dreams or your romantic kind of connections will start to feel a little bit clearer, and that fog is starting to lift. Now on December the 10th, we will also see Mercury in opposition to Uranus. So Mercury will be in your 1st house of self. It'll oppose Uranus in the 7th house of other people. 27, 28, 29 degrees, Scorpio and Scorpio risings are going to feel this the most. So go back to what happened around Halloween. Go back to what's happened in this last week on the 18th, 19th-ish, of November, the new moon, right, that we had, which was Sun, Mercury, Cazimi in opposition to Uranus. And I've seen this in the lives of my clients all week. I've seen this with friends. I've seen this with family. In my life, it's a doozy. Mercury in opposition to Uranus means that the way that you're communicating is setting off another person. And it doesn't matter if it's a family member, if it's a business partner, if it's a client, if it's a spouse, it's been happening. And so throughout the Mercury retrograde, I think for Scorpio risings, it's been a lot of recognizing, okay, there are some internal frustrations, and it can be about fears coming up, intimacy issues, financial issues, causing some tension in a relationship. So this is the 3rd and final time that we see this opposition. What you want to watch for is that, a partner is in a way reflecting your own revolution back to you, because the 7th house is a mirror. And it's shocking, but it's necessary. So it can mean that you have surprising, shocking conversations about intimacy and values and how you feel and the reality of where a relationship really is, or how you guys truly value things, or a financial situation. It's going to be a wake-up call. And so, to be fair, I think that because the 7th house is a mirror, If you're seeing crazy, Scorpio, you need to ask yourself, are you giving crazy to other people, or is your stress or anxiety contributing to tension or friction in some kind of relationship dynamic? Difficult communication, even if you're not committed, both with friends and family. But also it feels like it's a bit of like a make or break situation with relationships after that last new moon in opposition to Uranus. Now on the 11th of the month, you're going to see Mercury moving back into Sagittarius. So it's coming back into your second house of money and resources. So now your mind is on your money and your money's on your mind. And this basically means that now there's going to be more flow regarding financial communication. Ability to negotiate, to do business, to organize your finances, to start kind of coming up with a problem, or a solution or a plan to how you're navigating budgeting or joint expenses. I do think with Jupiter being in the 9th house, for some of you guys, it can mean rethinking spending money on traveling, education. For others, it can mean that you're having to spend money on legal matters. On the 15th of the month, Mars, your chart ruler, moves into Capricorn. So we talked about that. And how really what this is going to do is it's going to be bringing up the need for you to start using strategy when it comes to communication. Words can become weapons with Mars in the 3rd house, but they can also become wands. And that means that if you choose wisely, this is the power. You can be very persuasive, especially when it comes to creative projects and online business. And there could also be, quick trips, and there could be a little bit of tension in communicating with neighbors or siblings. So you want to watch for that. On the same day, Mercury comes out of shadow. So a lot of the communication stuff revolving around money may actually start to subside. Then on the 16th, you're going to see the sun in your second house of money, values, and resources coming into a square with Saturn in Pisces in your 5th. And so Mars will square Saturn and Neptune, Sun will square Saturn and Neptune, Venus will, Mercury, you're going to see all these squares. And it's basically saying, invest in what makes you happy. Try to find a way to not tie your happiness to your overall resources. Don't tie your self-esteem either to your overall resources. And that this could be a time where it's pushing you to finally get out of your way and start getting creative in new ways that you can really expand and tap into your own personal talent. Now, with that being said, this is another test of worth versus joy. I love it, but is it making me money? I enjoy it, but is it ever going to go anywhere? Or, am I not feeling happy in the way that I'm actually making a living? That can come up for some people. Be careful with impulse spending and anything on children or romantic partners on this day. Now, on the 19th of the month, you'll have that new moon that's going to be in the sign of Sagittarius, so it'll be taking place in your second house. Scorpio, this is the one time a year where you get to do your money manifestational work. So this is where you light your abundance candles, you set intentions for what you're hoping to bring in, you write your gratitude, list, you create an abundance check, something like that that's going to be bringing in more. And you're going to watch that grow over the better part of the next 6 months. But still within that, I have to bring up, okay, yes, powerful new beginning with money, values, and self-worth. We want to plant seeds here to really grow your resources over the next 6 months. And this is ruled by Jupiter, which is in the 9th retrograde. So you're thinking, do I have to go back to school? Do I need to get new skills? Do I spend less on traveling? Do I want to try my hand at educating? Do I want to try to focus on publishing? And I do think that it's possible. But I also am a realist and know that Jupiter is retrograde, so you have to believe before it can happen. And I also know that it's going to square Saturn and Neptune in your 5th house. So it's bringing up some of those themes that are like, do I really enjoy what I'm doing? Am I happy? And I want you guys to focus on a way to try to invest, like I said, in the things that you love and the things that you enjoy. I also feel like it's because of that superior angle, it's saying it's going to push you out of some of your creative blocks this month, and it's going to kind of open you up and help you think a little bit more creatively about making a living in a way that you really enjoy. I think that the other transit that I would really watch for is going to be on the 20th when Venus in Sagittarius in your money house, which rules relationships and also rules your subconscious and things that are hidden, comes into a square with Saturn. Now, there can be a brief fear of not being lovable, of scarcity issues. There could also be some stuff coming up regarding, whether or not you feel valued, or, if you're having to buy somebody's love, I would say don't do that. Don't focus on material things, focus on emotional things, and remember your depth. That's really what this is about. Yes, there can be some relationship coldness. Yes, there could be a feeling of being kind of left out, but it's temporary. And then on the 21st, the sun will go into Capricorn, lighting up your third house of communication, short distance travel, and the mind. What I like is that, you're going to be communicating, I think, with more confidence. I feel like this is going to be about taking the first steps in communicating some of your game plans with business opportunities. And your mind should likely feel unstoppable because Capricorn is a friendly sign for Scorpio, and Mars is in the same sign. So then you'll see on the 24th of December, Venus then comes into Capricorn. So Mars, Venus, the sun, all in the third house. And in December into January, there's going to be a lot of opportunities to go on trips, maybe to learn something new, take courses, focus on writing, some kind of media work, and also really get the mind on board with how you can do business in a creative way, and maybe be drawing in more clients, or be working with a partner, or even with a romantic partner. Siblings are going to get highlighted here as well. And what I like about Venus in the third house in Capricorn is that words become beautiful. They can become more persuasive. They can become therapeutic. And also you're going to be able to kind of communicate, I think, much more kindly with people in your day-to-day. So whether that's your family or potentially even your siblings or a spouse. Now, love can be found while traveling, so keep an eye out for that. And then finally on the 30th of December, we're going to see then Mercury in Sagittarius come into a square with Saturn in Pisces. Well, Mercury is joint finances. It's about goals. Certainly this can mean that you're coming to the tail end of where there's been some financial challenges and delays in November and December, and you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to let the finances be impacting my love life or be impacting whether or not I feel happy. It can also mean that this is that final refinement where you're going into 2026 going, what do I need to let go of? Probably, I would say this is about, the refinement of a new financial foundation, which you really have been focusing on since pretty much the new moon in Sagittarius on. And this is about not taking unnecessary risks, not forcing communication, especially in romantic relationships or maybe even with friendships, and really thinking long and hard about, what your new financial goals are. And I think with Saturn and Neptune in the North Node in the fifth is, you're not walking away from creativity or love, but you're certainly not willing to risk something that you're not willing to lose. And I would be very careful with anything that's going to be involving trading or gambling under that transit. So your best days in December are going to be the 6th and the 15th and the 19th and the 24th. Now, I think that the 15th is good because there's going to be this Mars, change. I like the 19th because it's going to give you the opportunity to focus on money. I also think that Venus going in the third house will help you, communicate better. But your challenging days are going to be the 8th, the 16th, the 20th, and the 30th. These are going to be days where you're going to find that there's going to be tests that are going to come up, but it's really about proving your strength. Now, Scorpio, I think as 2025 closes out, obviously it's another year of transformation. And I know for a lot of you guys, you feel like things are kind of bottoming out as you go into the new year. But I think that this is about coming into 2026 transformed. I think it's about no longer hiding your power, but wielding it with a new precision and also a little bit of grace, and certainly the willingness to now kind of speak up and be heard. So the world is waiting. They're ready to kind of hear what you have to say. So let's take a look and see what the tarot says for you guys in the month of December. What does Scorpio need to know this month? What can you tell us? Decent card. I'll take it. Knight of Pentacles. Okay. Sorry, it's kind of shiny. Which is great. Slow and steady wins the race. Sometimes Sagittarius wants to take risks. And usually Pisces is not sure, or it's not clear, or it's kind of scared, and Saturn is more conservative. And I would say it's more about taking risks and investing yourself in the things that you know that you have the capability of being able to master. Taking action is very much the Knight of Coins, but also he's the Knight that's the most patient. He's willing to take his time. He's going to overlook the details and make sure everything is good to go. And for you guys, it can mean that there's financial messages coming in, okay? It can also mean that suddenly your goals are coming on board and you're vocalizing what you want, what your moves are. It can mean that there is support coming from an earth sign. So look for help from a Taurus, a Capricorn, a Virgo. This could also mean that you're having to travel to, make money, or you're having to get out and about and do things. Or maybe that there is going to be a sense of taking action and learning more about finances as well. So that could definitely be a theme. But also short distance trips and things definitely get highlighted at the end of the month. So I think it could be that also. So Scorpio, good luck. I hope it's a good one for you guys, and I'll see you here back in 2026. What's up, my Sag and Sag risings? How are you guys doing? Welcome to your December 2025 horoscopes. If your birthday's in December, happy birthday, Sag. I hope it's a good one for you guys. I've been looking forward to doing the horoscopes because I wanted to be able to give you guys good news. That's the truth. And so, if you've been following along with my videos, whether it's the horoscopes or the weekly videos since, September, October, I kind of let you guys know that you were going to be in for a world of change in the fall of 2025. And so I'm sure now you're seeing it. I want to focus more on the positive, but you guys know I'm always going to keep it real with you. So before I even get into anything, the one thing I want to tell you is you have the power to create change. You don't see it. I know you've been feeling kind of like kicked in the teeth, but pun intended on that one. But you're going to now finally start to see that you can break through, but nobody's going to come and save you. You're going to have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. But your energy and the optimism is going to start to come back now. Part of this is because you have got a new moon in your sign this month, so it's going to give you a fresh start. A part of this is because Jupiter also is going to be still featured throughout that new moon, which in your 8th house retrograde is saying change of emotions, change of intimacy, change of your home. And yes, it's sensitive. But I also think it's going to be strong because you're going to see a couple trines to Jupiter, and you're also going to be seeing that all of the Sagittarius energy in the 1st house of the self, the body, the vitality, what you get up and do in the morning, is now coming down on the North Node, Saturn, and Neptune, which means you're going to go, I have to be brave, or I have to be willing to take action, or I have to get out of bed in the morning, or I have to get, active and be working out, or I need to be focusing on what I can do about this situation. If you can approach this month that way, you're going to see that things are actually going to work more in your favor. But the salty side of it is Jupiter is retrograde. Okay, so you don't feel as optimistic, you feel more internal and emotional. The Mercury retrograde shadow is still hanging around until mid-month, which means there's still a lot of not knowing what direction you're going in and still kind of needing some space. You will also find that there is a god-awful amount of squares that are going to be happening, which means you're going to have to take action when it comes to a home, a family, a parent, or an emotional situation. You're dealing with family karma head on. So obviously Jupiter in your 8th house of intimacy, transformation, shared resources, it's kind of behind the scenes, but this very powerful stellium of Sagittarius placements coming into your 1st house. Get up. Get moving. Trust me, it'll help you with the moods. So December may feel like a bit of a mixed bag. I know some of you guys are, going to be throwing this birthday party that's going to feel like it's lasting all month long, because some of you guys might feel like, hey, I'm really finally, coming out the other side of this, and I have a lot to be appreciative for, and, here's what's ending, but I'm grateful. That new moon on the 19th is, in your 1st house. So if you have anything 27, 28, 29 degrees of Sagittarius, that's a new moon, new you. So it's about feeling radiant, magnetic, and finally seen as a person. And you might feel like you have had to fight to get to where you are now. Okay, that's at least my interpretation. I also feel like part of what's going on is that the gifts are still yet to come. So as you get to the 2nd half of the month, it's more financial. You're going to see Venus going into that house for money and resources and luxury. You're going to see Mars going in there for spending power. You're going to see the sun go in there. So it's a good tail end of the year for finances. And I think all the gifts are still coming. So they're just simply kind of being polished in the dark a little bit longer with Jupiter retrograde in your 8th house. Okay. So let's start off with the full moon on December 4th. That's going to be happening in your 7th house of relationships, your opposite sign. So this is 13 degrees. So if you have anything 12, 13, 14 degrees of Sag, this full moon is big in your relationship house. It could mean a couple of things. You know, maybe a partnership or a contract reaches a kind of completion point. Maybe someone, you know, finally mirrors the growth that you have been trying to achieve. It can also mean that there is big decisions in relationships. Do we come together? Do we go apart? Do we get into therapy? Do we get married? Do we get engaged? Do we move in together? You know, is this over? So you have to look at what the theme has been since June of this year when you had a new moon in this area of your chart. I can tell you, being an astrologer, talking to a lot of Sag risings, that having watched Uranus go into the 7th house brought some pretty dramatic changes to relationships, and it was a lot of communication issues. And so, you know, a Mercury retrograde through your sign this month. And when you have the full moon in the 7th house, Mercury is the ruler and it's going to be in your 12th, which means there are some things that are going on in a relationship you want to keep private. It might mean some of you guys are going to therapy over relationships. You're working with a therapist or a healer or an astrologer. Others, it can mean that there are some conclusions in relationships that are making you feel very emotional or making you feel like you still need some space or you're kind of isolated in some capacity. You might feel like relationships are hiding from you or that they're not wanting to communicate or connect with you and you're kind of like in the dark, as much as I hate to say that. It can also mean that throughout this retrograde, you have decided it's less about what other people are doing. It's more about how you're showing up and your role in some of the relationship issues that are maybe playing up. So you guys have to let me know what happens with that full moon, but there's going to be some action because it's going to be at a 13. On December 6th, Mercury in your 12th house in Scorpio, the subconscious home zone, is going to trine Jupiter. Positive in a sense where, you know, your Jupiter, so your retrograde going through some emotional changes, Mercury represents partners and work, and it's in the 12th house and it's trining. So it can mean that there are some things changing in relationships or with work that are winding down or completing or phasing out that can be let go in a way that's graceful and you're accepting it. It still doesn't make it easy. It still feels like there is some grief or some mourning of having to accept the way things have changed. And I don't know if that's relationship wise or work wise. Your intuition should be very strong. And I think that this is going to be about hidden support coming in, maybe intuitive downloads or prominent dreams. Potentially a private financial blessing that kind of shows up, and Jupiter retrograde can feel like there is some support coming in, but it's coming from like your ancestors. So, you know, praying for support, connecting with ancestors, connecting to your spirit guides, asking them for your guidance in an emotional, home, or financial matter will help. Now, on the 8th of the month, you're going to see Mars in your sign. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of planets going through your sign, squaring Saturn. Mars, so your drive, your action, your reactions, your fears, your self-sabotaging behaviors, right? Mars is coming into a square with Saturn. And that can also mean it's stuff from childhood, conflicts with a romantic partner, you know, conflicts with family over children, romantic partners over living situations. And your drive, because it's strong in the 1st house, is coming into a clash with home or family expectations. My advice is protect your energy. It's really important to have boundaries. It's a form of self-respect. And that can mean that you're standing up to a parent and saying, this is the decision I've made. I'm an adult. You know, let me live my life. It could mean that you're having to go toe-to-toe with, you know, a roommate or a landlord, or maybe you're having to, you know, confront somebody about a financial situation or, you know, stand up for yourself in a domestic matter. And you have to be careful because Mars and Saturn, it's like if you act out, there's going to be repercussions. There's going to be repercussions emotionally with the family and also with the home. Now, on the 10th of the month, you're going to see Neptune stationed direct in Pisces. So where there's been some confusion regarding, you know, what direction are things going in at home? Where am I supposed to be? Where am I moving? How am I supposed to feel? What's going on with my family? You'll find that things become clearer now. Even though, you know, Neptune's at 29, so it still feels critical, there is a sense of feeling like, okay, now we can find this inner security you'll finally start to kind of get an idea or a glimpse of where you belong or where you're going to land. So I know some of you guys have been contemplating, do I move? Do I go back home? Do I sell my house? Do I buy my house? Do I buy a house? You know, what am I doing? And you're going to go, you know what? You know, I'm going to put all of the issues behind me now and decide that I'm finally ready to get out of a funk or get out of a place where I have felt stuck. Then you're going to find on the 10th of December, there is a Mercury-Uranus opposition. So as you know, Mercury has been retrograde in your sign. It went into the 12th house where you were trying to retreat a little bit, or maybe you were getting into therapy or meditating more, or maybe you were traveling. It could have also represented taking some space from a relationship. It has opposed Uranus several times. So it's almost like your sleep patterns, your stress, relational issues, or whatever has been causing major issues with you in maintaining your schedule, your work, or your health. So look back in Halloween. Also look back at what happened the 17th, 18th, 19th of November. We're in the second cycle right now. So this is the third and final one. And this is, I think, where, you know, you're likely going to find that there's going to be either sudden health insight or a work revelation that suddenly, like, you have an epiphany, you know, and just trust your gut. If it's a dream about some work change or health change, if it is a gut feeling that, you know, you need to change something with your schedule or reschedule something or take it easy or prioritize your health, listen to that. And it almost looks like because Mercury went into the 12th house, some of you guys have been going, rather than confronting somebody, it's better for me to just focus more on, you know, resting in my health and my habits and kind of retreating a little bit before I get back into work. So some of you guys have maybe even taken like a leave. Yeah, I think that the other thing to kind of think about is you have to watch your health and your habits. There could be some pretty dramatic kind of changes going on that could be positive, that could better influence your relationships. But if you're regressing and falling back into kind of reactionary tendencies, it can cause some relationship issues. Now, on the 11th of the month, Mercury moves back into your sign. So you've got the megaphone to communicate and have a say with what's going on with work or what's going on in relationships. And this brings relationships in. So it was there last month, briefly, before it retrograded. And this means that, yeah, you could meet people, you can connect with people much more quickly. Your mind will sharpen. You're going to be feeling like like your words carry weight, and you'll be like more charismatic in how you're communicating with others. Good transits for meeting people for sure. There's still some stressful things going on where you might be meeting somebody right when you're in the middle of getting out of something or moving or dealing with a family situation. But this is where people are going to be attentive to you. And like, if you have a client-based business, you're going to have people going, hey, are you available? Are you here? Are you ready? And you're like, yeah, but I've got a lot going on, you know, or I'm moving or I'm dealing with family stuff. Then we will see on the 15th of the month, Mars is going to move into Capricorn. So it's going to be going into your second house of money, values, and income. And this is going to give you more drive when it comes to your values, your self-esteem, and your spending power. So the positive is Mars in the second house means you're working hard for the money. You're very driven. You are wanting to get things done. You're very financially motivated. Mars does rule the 12th house, so you have to watch out for like impulse buys and emotional spending or emotional eating. But it's also about spending money on having fun, entertaining, joy, children, you know, feeling like you're investing in things that are going to be pleasure-oriented. But Capricorn is work, so you can be making more money at work. And I think that with this transit, what you'll probably find is that money and self-worth are igniting with more of a disciplined force, because that's what Capricorn is about. So your earning power surges. Just be mindful that Mars in this house can burn a hole in your pocket. Money can come in, money can go out. Now, also on the 15th, the Mercury retrograde post-shadow ends. Yay! Okay, and I know many of you guys are going to listen to this video and you're going to go, Candace, you told me that the Mercury retrograde shadow is over on the 15th, so things are going to get better. Kind of, yeah, sure, but you still have planets that are squaring Saturn and Neptune. So yes, now you can communicate better. You've gone through the whiplash of the Mercury retrograde, but the first couple of squares, like Mars squaring Saturn, now Sun squaring Saturn, is going to show you where you have to now stand up, be brave, and say, I'm finally going to make a decision about this family thing. I'm finally going to move, or I'm finally going to, you know, decide what direction I'm going in emotionally. And this on the 16th, the Sun square Saturn is a last test of your identity versus your roots and the past. Stand tall. That's what you guys are known for. It's about the foundation. Maybe not feeling so solid, but you are solid. You are capable of being able to what? Embrace change. Jupiter rules you. It also rules these planets. It's squaring. It's saying trust the process. This change can actually be good. Now, you will see on the 19th, this is your new moon. So 27, 28, 29 degrees of Sag, sun, moon, or rising, you will have a new moon, new you. Positive is new moons give you the opportunity to be selfish in your side and focus on you. So yes, it's fortunate because it's ruled by Jupiter and it's in your sign and Jupiter is exalted, but the change starts from the inside. It's the emotional, psychological, the vulnerability, the willingness to kind of open up and to be more in tune with your emotions. I think that's where the core of this is going to be. So you want to set intentions for who you are becoming, whether that's how you look, your style, your name, your mission. And it looks like with Jupiter being the ruler is you're getting more in tune with your emotions and what needs to change internally and by giving yourself a little bit of grace. Now, what you will find is that new moon, at 28 degrees, it's squaring Saturn, it's squaring Neptune. So there's a lot of, I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going to figure it out. Which I think you guys are good for. I also think that this is about learning to look at things in a way where you're not being too overly optimistic. You have to be grounded and rooted in reality. And with Saturn and Neptune here, you're going to have to do your damnedest to get realistic about what living situation things are actually not working. And that part of the adventure is about acknowledging what's coming to an end. So that way you can kind of figure out what's next. And you guys are going to be so happy when Saturn and Neptune leave your 4th house next year. January, February, it's going to start to ease up and it'll get a lot easier. So on the 20th of the month, Venus in your sign will square Saturn. Okay, Sag. So Venus is going to represent your goals and your friends. It's also going to be about your health and your habits. And when it squares Saturn, Venus squares Saturn is like a new haircut, new beauty related things, any cosmetic procedures, anything like that. It may not come out good. It may not look good. It may not feel good. And I know it's after the Mercury retrograde shadow, but Venus-Saturn squares are notorious for being disappointed in a beauty, relationship, or financial situation. So I think with that square, what you really want to watch for is insecurity. There could be some brief insecurity coming up on the 20th about your appearance, about your belonging, asking yourself, am I enough? And I would say, yes, you're enough exactly as you are. But this also means that you're not maybe going to feel like you're meeting the expectations for where you saw your life going or where you saw yourself living, or maybe you're not getting that validation or that love or that appreciation from a family member or from a roommate or somebody who is close to you in a family sense, right? Saturn in the 4th. You will also find on the 21st of the month, then the sun is going to go into Capricorn. So it's going to be highlighting now money, expenses, finances, expenses tied to teaching, traveling, education, and the focus will turn to money values in building wealth that lasts. And that's going to be pretty much all month long into January. Then on the 24th of the month, you're going to see Venus go into this house. And honestly, Sag and Sag risings, you guys have one of the stronger financial forecasts for the next month or two. Because over, end of December and January, you're going to see Mercury and the Sun and Venus and Mars, particularly a triple conjunction with Venus, Mars, and the Sun in your 2nd house of income. So there is a lot of spending power. There's a lot of confidence that's kind of coming back that you're going to see right at the end of the month going into January. But when Venus, goes into Capricorn, finances sweeten. It's also going to be about self-worth that feels luxurious and solid. It's going to be about investing in your goals, yourself, and maybe even some luxury products. And on the 30th of the month, you are going to find that Mercury in your sign is going to come into a square with Saturn. So once again, go back to when Mars squared Saturn and where you were frustrated and felt blocked. Go back to when the Sun squared Saturn and where there was some, disappointment with not being able to travel or issues with family. Go back to when, I guess now this is the Mercury square Saturn, Venus square Saturn. There's a bunch of them, but you have the superior angle. I want to keep driving that point home. So when Mercury, which rules your career and your relationships is in your first house, you have a say about when you work, how you work, whether you're seeing clients, whether or not you're, with partners, and you will be more critical about your relationship with home and family or relationship dynamics. Interesting way to end the year. A final refinement of the new you blueprint. And it's going to be more about what actions you're taking and learning not to react to things and being more about the solution, not the problem. And unfortunately, having Saturn and Neptune in the North Node in the 4th house, there's a lot of blaming our parents, blaming our landlord, blaming our roommates, blaming our past. And I would say, you guys don't get a pass on that. You can't blame the past for where you're going. All you can do is go, yes, been there, done that, been through some shit. And it's teaching me that if I stay here, I will get stuck. So it's trying to liberate you throughout this process and get out of this old family karma. I have Saturn and Neptune in the 4th house, natally, okay, conjunct. I've been through these squares. I've also been through the North Node going through there. And what I learned was if I don't make changes, then I'm going to keep following in the same footsteps and repeating some of the same patterns and habits that my parents did, that their parents did, and keep recreating the same home and family dynamics. The change starts with you. So the best dates for you guys this month, I think, are going to be the 6th, the 11th through the 19th. Kind of you're the star. On the 19th, where you have that personal new moon, and the 24th onward. However, the 8th, the 16th, the 20th, and the 30th are challenging days. There will be challenging days peppered in between that, but those are the ones that stand out to me. And each one of these is going to be more the squares that are going on to Saturn, and this is really going to be about, for you, really, I think each one is asking you, to kind of take a bow and be like, this is the end of the situation. Like, okay, I don't need to do this. Like, now I'm making my moves. So just be patient when those squares come in. And I think at the end of 2025, it's pretty fair to say for Sagittarius that you guys are being reborn. And I think a lot of you guys feel like you're having a lot of old identities being stripped away. And you're no longer searching for truth. Now you're focusing in December on embodying it. So as you go through this month, I think you're quietly kind of, trying to cut off all these old emotional kind of loose ends. And you're really trying to come into 2026 with more confidence and also a willingness to make the necessary changes when it comes to the home front. So let me know what happens. I would love to hear your guys' feedback. I know some of this stuff is heavy, but every single sign is going to be dealing with these squares. It's just hitting you a little bit more personally this month. Be resilient, and let's see what the tarot says for you guys. I like it. You guys get the Strength card. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. But this is also about Leo. This is like Leo. This can be connected to the sun. This is also about an infinite loop of things that are kind of getting filtered out and kind of cleared out. This is about not trying to force situations, letting things happen as they may, and trying to almost remain open and not trying to force relationships, situations, family situations, home moves, just being like, okay, rather than just trying to put these situations in a headlock and force it, it's just being like, just acknowledge it. It is what it is. All you can do is be present, right? And also the emotional strength and the resilience that's going to come from the experiences that you're going to have throughout this next month. Sagittarius, happy birthday. If it's your birthday this month, I'll catch you back here in next year in January of 2026. What's up, Capricorn and Capricorn rising? Welcome to your December 2025 horoscopes. Forgive me, I'm pulling up your notes here. And if it's your birthday this month, happy birthday to you guys. I hope it's a good one. The goats. Obviously, we're going to talk all things Saturn related. Okay, so, Saturn obviously rules you. It is hanging out in Pisces. It is direct in the month of December. So that means you are full steam ahead with your personal goals, with anything that deals with third house matters. So whether that's communication, dealing with siblings, signing contracts, traveling, learning, moving, you're full steam ahead. So the only challenge here is that Capricorn, you are going to see a whole slew of planets in Sagittarius in your 12th house, which is your dreams, your kind of hidden enemies, your subconscious, what's going on behind closed doors, all beaming down on Saturn. So unfortunately, Saturn, Aquarius, Pisces, you guys are going to kind of get the brunt end of some of this stuff because it's all kind of tied to your signs. But anyway, watch the Saturn squares. There are a lot of them this month. It also means that you're going to feel like some things are going to come out of left field and it's going to be something that you never foresaw coming. Now, it could be positive where you're resting more, you're having really vivid dreams, maybe you're coming out of your shell, you are starting to release things as you're preparing to go into your birthday season, especially if you're a Capricorn sun, because everything filters out in Sag season. So it's a lot of planets to be in 12 houses away from your sun sign or your rising sign, and this is like releasing things and letting things go. Could manifest as like doing a lot of spiritual work, traveling, being somewhere international, taking time to have intention, to meditate and reflect, all that good stuff. Same house where you had the Mercury retrograde as well. But I would say things definitely are kind of coming out of left field, and there's blind spots when it's squaring your chart ruler in the 3rd house. So it really pays attention to listen to your gut. Look for any missing pieces or details. Obviously, this is all ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter's retrograde in your 7th house. So it looks like it's going to be about a lot of surprising conversations, unexpected communication, dreams, karmic things getting filtered out, and secrets going on in relationships. And it could be good things that you're like, oh, I didn't know that about you, Anyway, so be mindful of communication here. So with that being said, besides that, there is a Capricorn stellium that's going to be building from the 15th of December on. So it's going to go clear into January. That means that Mars, the Sun, Venus is all going to be hanging out in Capricorn. So it'll be your 1st house if you're a Capricorn rising. So it's really this build up. And I would say Capricorn is one of the signs that's going to have a lot of personal power going into 2026 because you have all those planets in your sign. So, December kind of feels like it's like a quiet coronation for you guys, and you've been really focusing on, coming through this period for several years. Obviously, Saturn's the taskmaster. So right now in Pisces, it's teaching you how to think, how to speak, and it's been there since 2023. From the 15th onwards, Mars, the Sun, and also Venus will enter into your sign in your 1st house. And you're stepping into 2026 looking, feeling, and being unmistakably the authority of your own life. And transit by transit, you're going to find that there is more confidence and there is more energy and vitality that's kind of coming between the end of December into January of next year. Now, we kick off the month on December the 4th, where you are going to have a full moon taking place in the sign of Gemini in your 6th house of health, work, habits, and routine. Now, this is where, jobs can begin, jobs can end. This can also mean work projects and health, focus is really peaking. There could be a health matter. There could be health results that come up. And something that you've been tending to since June of this year is now starting to yield results. Well, at the time of the full moon in the 6th house, Mercury is the ruler. It's going to be in Scorpio. So it can mean that it's group fitness classes, it's your fitness or health goals, it's maybe your team projects or working with a company or collaborating with other people. Maybe it's just making more time to spend time with your friends. That's definitely going to be the focus, but watch your health and your healing this month. A lot of planets in the 12th house, which can be about, sleep, rest, rejuvenation, and the 6th house full moon talks about dealing with, health-related matters. So it is possible that you're having to say to somebody, you know what, I can't make it to the party. I'm sick. I'm not feeling well, or I need to stay home. It could also mean that you're having to kind of take time away from group work projects or things, and you're kind of working, remotely. So keep an eye on your health coming out of that Mercury retrograde and that full moon. On the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Scorpio in your 11th house of friends and networks, trining Jupiter in your 7th. So you've got support coming from friends, being like, hey, do you need anything? Or it can help you with networking for jobs. It could be that where friends are playing matchmaker and trying to connect you with a potential romantic match. And yeah, friends groups or a partner bringing lucky news and future openings. And that could be for social gatherings. It could also be for travel. Certainly Mercury is still kind of dancing with a trine to Saturn as well. So I think there could be good communication all around socially as well as with relationships. On the 8th of the month, we're going to see Mars in your 12th house in Sagittarius squaring Saturn. So pay attention, Capricorn. This is where hidden fears, okay, hidden enemies or subconscious blocks are testing your communication. Mars can mean your goals. It could mean people who you thought were friends. It could mean, family are really pushing your buttons and they're trying to get a reaction out of you, or they're trying to get you to feel kind of anxious and stressed. We can have repressed anger and emotions with Mars in the 12th house. So I would say rest, sleep on it. This is not a day to let other people get your goat, pun intended. But also it's really about taking time to think things through before you react to things, because it could be like a blow up that you've been kind of holding back for some time. On the 10th of the month, you're going to see Neptune's going to go direct in Pisces in your 3rd house. And it's very close, obviously, to Saturn. It has been all year. Saturn is direct. And now Saturn, your chart ruler, and Neptune are moving into Aries at the beginning of 2026. And they're going to conjunct. So it's almost like a graduation of sorts with these two planets being direct in your 3rd house, of like learning what to say and when to say it. And maybe it's about reflecting on your emotions, and maybe it's been about what you're learning. I've heard a lot of Capricorn risings are learning about building apps, or they're learning about metaphysics. They're learning, intuitive development skills, or they're reading tarot. But this could also mean with Neptune kind of waking up that suddenly there is going to be a shift where the mental fog and the communication issues are going to start to lift, and your words are finally starting to land a little bit more clearly, or you're trying to figure out, okay, now I know how to say this, or how to kind of put this together, or write the contract, or send the proposal. Also on the 10th, Mercury will oppose Uranus, and Mercury is still going through your friendship zone, so it's about friends and communications, opposing Uranus in your 5th house of romance, children, and creativity. So there can be some shocks and surprises with this one that can come up, and it's about sudden social or romantic sparks that can happen at parties, through friends. It could also mean that there's some shocking news that, you're telling friends about your love life or about your children. Mercury deals with travel and celebrations and graduations. It's also about scheduling. I think that there could be some misunderstandings with friends. Obviously, the opposition is tension, and it's been happening since, the end of October and the 3rd week of November. So go back and look at the friction of the back and forth that you were doing with either a friendship or a romantic partner or a creative project, and where there's maybe been some scheduling issues or some traveling issues. Then you're going to see on December the 11th, Mercury shifts gears. It goes into Sag, and it'll be in your 12th house of the subconscious. So some of you guys will be doing meditation routines, practices, spiritual practices. You'll be traveling. You'll be dealing with legal matters or international kind of business relationships. And intuition can sharpen here. You had Mercury here briefly last month before the retrograde. And this is also about private planning and kind of strategically working on things behind the scenes. But also Mercury rules health. So some of you guys are going to go, oh, I'm going to another country for health-related matters, or I'm going to be going and working with a therapist, or I'm going back to church. Those kinds of health, mental, spiritual-related things are all Mercury in the 12th. Now, on the 15th of the month, this is when Mars enters your sign, which I'm super excited to see for you guys. Even though you're right at the tail end of Sagittarius season and you're like, I'm blind, Mars is going to cross your ascendant, and that means that it's going to give you a lot of drive and motivation. I love Mars and Capricorn in the 1st because Mars does well in the 1st house because of its ties to Aries. It's exalted in Capricorn. I mean, come on. So even though you're feeling a little blind, which you will likely, there is a sense of being like, got to keep it moving, got to keep it moving. Even if I don't know what the plan is, I got to keep it going. And Mars, when it's in your 1st house, it's exalting your identity. So energy, courage, and leadership is going to be like tenfold. You're going to have a lot more energy. Hiking, climbing, Stairmasters, anything in regards to taking action with your home where you're like, okay, I'm going to start moving, or I'm going to, get ready to find my new place, or I'm going to be organizing or cleaning the house. And do-it-yourself projects at home can be good. And Mars is also connected to your goals. So there's a lot of drive that's pushing you, even though maybe some of the energy hasn't quite caught up yet because it's still in your 12th. On the 16th, actually also on the 15th, the Mercury shadow is over. So Mercury's still in the 12th house, but the retrograde issues are kind of now washing out. So on the 16th, you're going to see the sun in your 12th house of the subconscious coming into a square with Saturn. Another one you need to watch. This is about joint finances. This is also about people who are maybe inquiring or asking you about sensitive financial information, or they're asking you for documents revolving around taxes, or there is some conversation about money owed, or people who are really pressing on you. And I'm going to tell you something. I think Saturn direct in the 3rd house is like, you know, some people are going to be like, why haven't you gotten back to me? Why haven't you responded to me? Not everybody deserves a response. But if you've been hiding out and delaying things, or if you've made promises, or if you've committed to things in writing, people are going to come back and be like, where is it? So I see this as an inner test before outer rewards. That's what I think is what it's going to be. And this is also going to lead us to the 19th of the month, where we have a new moon in Sagittarius in your 12th house. Okay, so the good news is that Sagittarius is a positive sign. The 12th house is about resting and retreating, taking it easy, maybe traveling, doing some spiritual work. And this is generally a new moon that you have every year that's going to be about powerful spiritual intentions that are being set. So it can mean that there are themes of closure, healing old karma coming up. And the ruler of this is Jupiter retrograde in the 7th. So some of you guys may be traveling to a foreign land with a partner, meeting somebody while you're traveling, meeting somebody in a healing space, going to couples therapy. That could happen. But it could also mean that you're having some romantic time away from it all with a partner. Obviously, new moon, that's the moon, and Venus is going to be there, and a couple of other planets. So take time to rest and recuperate, get cozy, create a vision board. And especially if you're wanting to manifest a relationship, or if you're wanting to bring in more clients, or if you're wanting to, you know, connect with somebody new or deepen an existing relationship, doing that in a private, intimate setting or creating visuals can help. Now, on the 20th of the month, Venus will come into a square with Saturn. So Venus is in your 12th house, squaring Saturn in your 3rd house of the mind and communication. Perhaps maybe you have a bit of like somebody who has an interest in you, but like you don't see it, or you're not interested, or you're kind of like, get away. I could also see this as, you know, brief loneliness or mental heaviness, and really relying on solitude as your ally. So if you're not feeling totally fulfilled in the relationship, work, you know, creative department, it might be like, hey, I just need to kind of rest and unwind a little bit and indulge, right? The 12th house is also bed pleasure. So a lot of people will be like, no, I have this amazing month of just, you know, wanting to kind of check out, but, you know, I'm spending times in hotels and I'm traveling and I have a lot of intimacy with my partner. And I would say, great, I'm glad that it works out that way for you, because that's the positive way that this can manifest. But some people will be like, I feel really lonely and I feel like I wouldn't even know who I would talk to. But you're manifesting, you know, more time to kind of rest and retreat, so you can call in relationships or support that can kind of help through Jupiter in your 7th. On the 21st, the sun goes into Capricorn, so it's officially Capricorn season. Okay, great. Mars is there, sun is there, Venus is going to be there soon. And the end of the year, the end of the month gets really good. So on the 21st, obviously, this is your personal new year is kind of beginning. So you're coming into Capricorn season. So if you're a Capricorn rising, it's going to be all eyes on you. Capricorn sun might be more career oriented. This is your new year beginning early. And this is also about vitality and clarity flooding in. And it's about what has changed and what has transformed. On the 24th, Venus enters Capricorn. And I would imagine a lot of my Capricorns and Capricorn risings are going to be, you know, mixing and mingling in a lot of work and dinner parties and things that are connected to networking. Looking fab, obviously, because Venus is going to be gracing you for the next couple of weeks with beauty and really enhancing your appearance and anything connecting to love and romance and work opportunities and, you know, being a little bit more nurturing and sensitive and romantic. And it makes you look good. So I love this for you guys. You're very magnetic, and I think love and money and respect is going to be kind of flowing your way very naturally. Then finally, on the 30th, we will have Mercury in the 12th house coming into a square with Saturn. Now, Mercury deals with health and habits. Obviously, it's also dealing with traveling and communication. That square to Saturn can mean that some of my Capricorn risings are looking at this as like a final refinement for the year. And it's you kind of going like, all right, this is this mental refinement. Like, am I going to not speak out? Am I going to not talk about my feelings? Am I going to hold back on my thoughts? And it can represent a time where you need to think something over before you make a schedule change, a education or a legal matter, decision, or planning any travel. But obviously, yeah, you can be feeling like your fear or like that voice in the back of your head is getting the best of you, and it's saying like, don't speak up, don't say anything, But when you have all this energy in your first house, that's like crazy confident and like doing very well. So your best days are going to be, I think, on the 15th. When Mars comes home to your sign, I think that's going to be one of your better days. Also on the 21st, when the sun moves into your sign, the 24th, when Venus moves into your sign. By the end of the month, you are just lit up like a Christmas tree. Now, challenging days, of course, are going to be the Saturn squares. So the 8th, the 16th, the 20th, the 30th. These are going to be considered, lessons that are coming up where you can't hide out. You have to either act, move, or say something. And it's pushing you to make some committed decisions about what you're willing to release or let go and get out of your own way. Capricorn, it's obvious to me that the close of 2025 is really you being reborn and coming out in a way and being like, okay, what didn't kill me makes me stronger. And obviously you're the goat, so you're going to be at the top of the mountaintop. I think the view is yours, and it's really about the next phase of, the next couple of months, getting into 2026, and now what you are going to build. So you need to feel confident, you need to be strong, put yourself out there, and definitely let all eyes be on you this month. All right, so let's take a look at the cards. Let's ask the deck what Capricorn and Capricorn rising needs to know about the month of December, especially for those of us who are December Capricorns. I love it. What did I say? Completion of cycles. Very much the 12th house. I would say that the World card is like, okay, everything's cycling out, and next. And so what's getting cycled out, Capricorn? I want to know, is it old beliefs? Is it old relationship themes? Is it doubts about yourself? Is it being in hermit mode? Are you finally, getting out there again? The World card is saying you're completing your karmic cycles. You're ready to move forward. It's about the next phase and the next step. And I think many of you guys know that in this next year, it's going to be about how you're showing up in a new way in relationships, how you're showing up in a new way when it comes to your home and your living situation. So you have to be bold, you have to be brave. Trust me when I tell you, as you get into the beginning of next year, it's going to be really good for you guys. So wrap this up so that way we can get on to the next year. Good luck. What's up, Aquarius and Aquarius rising? Welcome to your December 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to chat with you about the month ahead. And I'm going to talk to you about all things Uranus and all things Saturn. There's a lot going on with both. So obviously Saturn rules you traditionally. And Saturn is now direct in Pisces, right next to Neptune in your second house of money, resources, self-esteem, and financial willpower. You will notice a god-awful amount of Sagittarius planets going through your 11th house of friends, goals, groups, and also allies. As these planets are moving through the 11th house where there's parties, there's connections, there's collaborations, the question is, who's going to pick up the tab for it? Who's going to pay for it? Whether or not you're feeling the pressure to really show up for some of the financial goals that you've been setting up for yourself, whether or not you're feeling valued by other people. So when you hear the, Mars square Saturn, the Sun square Saturn, the Venus square Saturn, you need to pay attention because you are going to get checked a little bit. Now, on the other hand, it can also mean that because Jupiter is the ruler of both of these kind of planetary signs, Jupiter in the 6th house retrograde is trying to get you to get organized, to get restructured, to be willing to be flexible with your work routine, your health routine, It's also trying to get you to make some necessary changes to your habits. So it might mean that you're going to parties and people are saying, here's the champagne, here's all the goodies, the cakes and the snacks and the crackers. And you're like, no, sorry, I'm not drinking. You know, I'm not eating that right now. Like, I'm trying to really eat well. And resisting some of the temptation that can come from wanting to overdo it or overspending socially. That's kind of my interpretation of that. Now, on the other hand, we've got Uranus, which is your modern day ruler, which is retrograde. It's back in Taurus, so it's shaking things up on the home front. And it's at a critical degree this month for a little bit. So it can mean that there is some surprising reevaluations or realizations that are going on with your home and with your family. And that's going to be happening for some months. So Aquarius, you know, December is the month that the future starts to kind of take shape. And it might mean the future of your financial situation, the future of your home situation. Saturn, I think, is continuing to have you focus on, you know, building lasting value and self-worth in your second house, while Uranus is kind of shaking up your foundations of your literal or emotional home. So you might feel like what once felt stable now becomes like a little unstable, but those changes are a launch pad for making change. Watch for the Mercury-Uranus opposition. You saw that around Halloween. You're going to see this for the second time this week. If you're watching this in November or the 18th, 19th-ish, that new moon opposed Uranus, and it was like sudden changes going on with work that could impact home or vice versa. And it looks like it's been a little stressful trying to kind of balance the two. Mercury rules joint finances and other people's money. It's also connected to kids or romance. And so there's been a lot of, I made this investment, is it paying off or is it not? I took this chance with this person, is it going to be, you know, a successful relationship, is it not? You know, and maybe some squabbles in communication with people as well. Particularly feeling a lot of emotional tension with a lot of the changes that have been going on your professional kind of, you know, outlook with this recent Mercury retrograde in Scorpio in your 10th. Anyway, we're going to start with December 4th, where you're going to have a full moon in Gemini. Now, honestly, pretty good place to have a full moon. You're going to have a full moon in the 5th house, which deals with dating, romance, children, self-expression, and playtime. If you happen to have anything around 12, 13, 14 degrees of Aquarius, sun, moon, or rising, the good news is that it will trine you. So I think you'll like it. I think that this can be a time where you're falling in love, having a really prominent date, launching creative projects, getting back into the swing of hobbies. Think about what you have been focusing on since June of this year in the Gemini area of your chart. Uranus has been there recently too. So a lot of you guys are like having spontaneous new hobbies, new romantic partners, and maybe even some changes with family. Certainly under a full moon here, it is possible that romance, creativity, and pure joy all reach its peak expression. And some of you guys will get pregnant. Now, the ruler of this is Mercury, which is going to be in the 10th house of career, which means that this is great for parenting. It's great for taking creative risks at work. It's also about putting your talent out there and maybe getting ready to launch or do business independently, and getting creative in how you're communicating and maybe riling up the troops at work, especially if you work with younger people. Now, on the 6th of the month, you're going to see that Mercury in the sign of Scorpio in your career zone is trining Jupiter in your 6th house of work in habits zone. So generally, Mercury and Jupiter trine is good news. And we've seen this several times throughout the Mercury retrograde cycle. I interpret this as, with Mercury ruling other people's money and also being connected to taking risks, that there can be some good news that can come about willingly taking risks at work, changing teams, changing schedules, changing locations, looking at a new job. And certainly, I think that this may manifest for some of you guys as career recognition and helpful work conversations to help you feel more secure emotionally, but also financially, because it's also trining Saturn in Pisces. Now, you'll find on the 8th of the month, there is a little bit of a tricky transit. This is where Mars in your social, friends, networking zone is squaring Saturn. You've got to watch out for this. This means that group goals are going to be tested. There could be some conflicts with groups or friends over finances or values. It's a lot of like, okay, we're going to host the party, you know, I'll put it on, but does everybody show up and not bring anything? I mean, I think that's kind of weird. Even though I'm a millennial, I would never go to a party, not bring anything. But I've noticed that in recent years, you go and you do things and like nobody wants to bring a gift or a dish or like a bottle of wine anymore. So putting this out there, having talked to a couple of Aquariuses already this month, they were like, well, I'm hosting Thanksgiving and now I'm hosting Christmas and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And I just don't have the money this year to spend. You know, I can't do all the things that I'm used to doing. And I know that that's kind of hitting you guys hard with Saturn and Neptune in the second house. It's hitting your values. So here's the solution. Have potlucks, or be like, hey, everybody bring a bottle of wine, or everybody bring a dish, you know, or everybody bring one of something, and then we're going to have everything covered. You're still hosting the party, you're still throwing it. You're still able to do things for friends, and there is a possibility with some of the squares that you don't feel like other people are chipping in. So you can kind of get ahead of that and watch for some of the friendship tests that might kind of come up. Hold the vision for still trying to be there to support other people. Don't let other people not showing up or showing up empty-handed not make you feel good enough. On the 10th of the month, you're going to see Neptune direct in your second house in Pisces. I bet you're going to be glad to see this with Saturn and Neptune finally direct. Lots of confusion with money and self-worth, and maybe, you know, where some of your financial dreams start to clarify. This can also be great for beauty and spirituality as they're tied to earning. You know, it's been difficult. I've never seen a Saturn transit in the second house materialize as somebody who doesn't have to kind of tighten the belt a little bit. And usually because Jupiter's in the second house, you guys are pretty generous. And I think that a lot of your money is going towards health expenses, traveling for work, expanding your routines, hiring help. And it's very likely that, you know, there has been like a hole in the bucket financially, and there's been money going out and you're trying to figure out where it's been or where something is going to kind of come back. So you can see a little bit more clearly when it comes to your finances and your values when Neptune goes direct, but you were going to see more clarity, I think, in January and February when it finally leaves that sign, and Saturn will likely leave you a gift. So continue to be conservative and look for all the details with financial stuff. Then on the 10th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in your 10th house of career, where there's communication over budgets and money and changes with work and changes with schedules or bosses will oppose Uranus, and you're probably feeling a little rattled about what's going on or what's changing at work and how that's going to impact you physically, financially, or emotionally. Obviously, it's made this aspect a couple times, and this could mean that there could be a sudden career or home news situation that's coming up that's going to feel disruptive. You're going to feel like I'm needed at work, but like things are chaotic on the home front, or for me emotionally. It could also mean that you're in a situation where you're contemplating whether or not it makes sense to change your job and therefore change your living situation, or vice versa. So Mercury dealing with other people's money, also connecting to the 5th house, makes you feel like it's about you going, rather than leaving, let me kind of get creative with how I can maintain my position and try to kind of present my case or talk to superiors about making this change. Now on the 11th of the month, you're going to see Mercury go into Sagittarius. It'll be moving back into your 11th house of friends and allies and networking. Very social, very chatty, connecting with friends. Can be great for fundraising because of the 8th house connection. It can be great for other people chipping in, which is why I said tell people to bring their own stuff. And this could be great for connecting and collaborating with other young people, other creatives, or just going out and having fun as like a group. So I always look at like planets going through the 7th house squaring Saturn as we've all been in that situation where we all go out to dinner, right? There's like a big party and there's 12, 14 people that go out to eat. And you've got some people that order, like, this is like such a second house thing to say, but you've got some people that order, you know, a glass of water and a salad. And then you've got other people who are like 4 margaritas deep and they're ordering everything on the menu. And then the bill comes and they go, let's just split it. And the people who got like the $10 salad are pissed because they were not eating and drinking their hearts out, but yet they still got cut with the bill. That's how this looks to me. So if you know you're going to be in some of those situations, simple solution, bring cash so you're not cutting a credit card up with other people and splitting it. Be like, hey, you can Venmo me, I'll pay for it, you know, or you can basically say, hey, let's just all kind of bring something in together. Because I have a feeling what's going to happen with this is that there is probably going to be some kind of a challenge dealing with communicating with other people about money. Okay, so Mercury going into Sag, watch for the social opportunities, watch for opportunities for people to pitch in. I think it can be good, and also having fun with other creative people. Now on the 15th of the month, Mars goes into Capricorn. So this deals with your work and your career, and it goes into the 12th house where you're like, I need a rest. It's been a long year. You know, I need to kind of chill out a little bit, or it's time for me to, maybe be working in private or in an office space. Wanting seclusion is a theme when you have planets going into the 12th house. And so it's going to be about writing, communication, and also work. So you're wanting to work behind the scenes. You've probably been so overly stimulated with other people that you're like, between the work stuff and everything, I just need a rest. So go into your office and close the door, or take time to, be working out in private or be dancing. Mars in the 12th house is good for dancing to release any frustration, or doing some journaling combined with meditation. And try not to be working in your bedroom or working too late at night, because that can happen here. Now also it's about the courage to face shadows and resting deeply. Okay. So on the 16th of the month, you're going to see, by then the Mercury shadow is over in Sag, so communication will improve. And then the sun goes into your a square from your 11th house of friendships to Saturn in your second house. Another reality check on friendships and finances, or a reality check when it comes to your long-term goals and dreams versus your current resources and situation. So you may feel like, you're not totally thrilled about the fact that you may not have had the best financial year, or that you weren't able to save as much money as you wanted to, or you weren't able to purchase the things that you wanted to. And you can't get down on yourself about it. All of this Sagittarius is superior, which means you're going to have friends going, you're killing it, you're doing great, this is amazing. And you might be thinking to yourself, I wasn't able to put on the party that I wanted. I wasn't able to buy the gifts that I wanted. But I would say, listen to what your peers are telling you. You're going to have people who are going to be encouraging you. And also Jupiter is the ruler. This is about encouragement coming from people who are health related, or doctors, or potentially your medical team. It could even be friends at work or work colleagues that are being like, look, you're going to get the bonus next year, you're going to get the raise, or it's coming, or you're doing an amazing job, and they're going to reinforce what it is that you need to hear. So kind of keep an open mind there. All right, so on the 19th of December, you're going to see a new moon that's going to be taking place in Sagittarius in your 11th house. So this is magnificent for new alliances. It's good for setting intentions in regards to wishes as well as online projects. This is also a time where if you're wanting to set new goals in regards to connecting with others, making new friends, planning parties, it's setting the stage for you to be able to do that over the next 6 months. Now, the positive is that it's in the sign of Jupiter, so it brings good things. It's also ruled by Jupiter, and it's in the 6th house. So this might indicate some of you guys are going to be working with new groups of people, new healthcare providers. Maybe there's going to be new fitness classes, making new friends at work. The only challenge is that this new moon, similar to the theme of the squares, is in a square to Saturn, your chart ruler, in the 2nd. So other people are either building you up, or you're feeling like they're breaking you down. Maybe a lot of social obligations and expectations for you to show up financially and get things done. And also there is a sense of really focusing on your goals and improving your financial situation as well as your self-worth. It's just all about staying healthy, staying organized, and on task. On the 20th of the month, you're going to see Venus in a square to Saturn. So Venus is moving through your 11th house of friends and social allies, squaring Saturn in your 2nd house of money and your self-esteem. So this could be maybe a period of brief social or financial tightness, maybe some coldness with a friend. It can also mean that any generosity that is kind of put out there can actually return tenfold. So even though you might feel a little less than confident, or maybe you feel like you can't show up the way that you want to financially or socially, small gestures can actually magnify bigger gestures from other people, or other people who are like, hey, I've got it, I've got you. I got you something, you don't need to get me anything, or I want to support you, how can I help you? And helping you feel a little bit more secure and loved in the process. Now on the 21st, you're going to see the sun going into Capricorn. It'll go into your 12th house of what's hidden and the subconscious, anything that deals with behind the scenes work, and also relationship stuff, as the sun rules your 7th house of partnerships. So private meetings, especially business related, any kind of partnership themes that are coming up, traveling with a partner. Maybe you feel like relationships are kind of on the back burner, or you're not seeing so clearly when it comes to relationships. But nevertheless, as we come into Capricorn season, now planets are getting ready over the next month to cycle into your 12th house, which means that there's going to be a sense of flushing out or letting go of everything from this past year, getting ready for a reset before you come into Aquarius season next month. So it's possible that this month will give you an opportunity to really do a lot of inner work, okay? So that could be spiritually, that could be just getting rest, more meditation. Obviously, this house is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn's in the second, so you're having to kind of trust the process of whatever's changing at work or what's changing for you financially. On the 24th of the month, Venus moves into Capricorn, which goes into your 12th house, and Venus deals with home and family. It's also connecting to travel and your beliefs and also higher education. Good time for traveling, going to a foreign land, spending time in hotels, going to spas, that kind of stuff can happen. And this is where solitude and relationships or romance behind the scenes can actually be quite sweet. There can be a lot more kind of compassion with this. Connecting with ancestors, anything revolving around, love rituals or offerings, also decorating or working on your bedroom or kind of bringing in art or anything that's going to improve the aesthetics of your bedroom or your home can be a theme as well. And there could be some behind the scene romantic stuff going on for sure. And then finally on the 30th, you're going to see Mercury in Sagittarius in your 11th house of friends and your networking coming into a square with Saturn. So there's quite a few Saturn squares. Obviously, on the 30th, it's right at the end of the month. So I look at this and I go, okay, for my Aquariuses, this is some final alignment where you're trying to get your dreams in order with a reality of a situation, the reality of your finances, the reality of your health, your self-esteem. And at least you've got a bunch of cheerleaders on the sidelines, but it can mean that there are some difficult kind of conversations that you're having regarding friends or groups and some financial hangups, some delays, some communication issues as well. Now, the best days in December for you are going to be the 4th, the 6th, the 19th, and the 24th. However, the 8th, 16th, 20th, and 30th are all challenging days. So this is days that you want to take a step back, use it for refining, focusing on where some of the delays or the setbacks are coming up for good reason. I think trying to get you to believe in yourself more and also be a little bit more financially conservative this month with your spending. All right, so Aquarius and Aquarius rising, 2025 ends that in a period where things feel a little uncertain. I'll be the first to admit that, but I do think that whatever is winding down is getting flushed out because you have new work opportunities. You're going to have also new friendship opportunities that are coming through. And I think that this is about entering into 2026 with just a lot of reflecting on what's got to go and moving out of scarcity mindset and moving out of any mindset where you're feeling like you're on your own, really tapping into that relationship that you have with your kind of higher self and your spiritual practice will help you kind of navigate December. All right, so let's take a look and let's see what the cards have to say for you guys, what you need to know. The card that I get for you is the Three of Wands. Okay, I like that. It's like the Three Amigos. I really feel like that's about boosting morale. And if you have successful, exciting, moving and shaking people around you that are talking about where you're going and, putting words into action, it's going to help you get through the month a lot better. The Three of Wands can also be talking about future plans, group meetings, discussing, where you're going to be next year, where you're traveling, where you're going, what groups you're meeting with. And it does kind of say that travel and excitement is going to be a part of the theme. This is also about making it a definitive decision about who you're spending time with, what associations you're joining, and probably realizing which friends have your back throughout this post-retrograde and some of the squares. So let your friends and groups motivate you, keep moving, and I hope that this is a happy year end for you. I'll catch you guys back here in 2026. For my Pisces and Pisces risings, welcome to December of 2025. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to connect with you. Obviously, you know, I'm going to talk to you all about things involving Jupiter, as Jupiter is your traditional ruler, and then we'll talk about Neptune. Certainly, Jupiter plays a huge role. You can't quite see it, but it's playing a really big role this month. And as you know, it's exalted, it's retrograde, it's in your 5th house. So this means that in the house of joy, romance, and creativity, you're turning within, reevaluating and reassessing, what do I love? What brings me joy? How do I create? How do I move forward in romantic or, you know, child-related things? And Jupiter is also the ruler of all this Sagittarius energy in your 10th house, where there's been a retrograde last month. And it's also the ruler of all this Pisces energy in your 1st house. And you'll notice there's a theme of a ton of planets going through your career house, squaring the North Node, Saturn and Neptune in your 1st. And like, honestly, Pisces, get ready, because this is going to feel like a month of being in the pressure cooker. Okay, for good reason. But because these are squaring each other and they're all ruled by Jupiter, Jupiter retrograde is saying, does it make me happy, right? What you're doing for work, or are you feeling creatively blocked, or are you not able to feel like you can tap into, you know, enjoying the creative or the work process? It's also having you, through its retrograde, reevaluate some of your personal goals, your boundaries, and whether or not you're seeing things so clearly. Now, I think you can navigate this. This is a very strong period for your professional life. I know you've had some setbacks in the last month where there's been some delays, but likely you're going to feel like things are actually going to progress forward. With your modern ruler, Neptune, Neptune will be going direct this month, and that is going to be happening on December the 10th. And you're in the final stretch, Pisces. Saturn and Neptune are going to be in your sign basically until about January, which is next month. Then it's going to graduate and move into Aries, where the next several years there's more of a focus on your money, your resources, your self-esteem, and financial independence. But this is like a graduation period, watching these 2 planets now wake up, and they're moving through the tail end of your sign. So if you've got anything 24 or 29 degrees in Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, you're still going through this Saturn and Neptune transit. And I feel like after years of feeling kind of like deserted, now your identity is going to start to kind of feel like it's coming online, and it's kind of crystallizing in the most beautiful way. Jupiter is helping because I think it's kind of quietly gathering a very important lessons on love, risk, and self-expression. And when it stations direct in 2026, you'll find that love, creativity, joy is all going to kind of start to come in. So watch for, as planets go through Sagittarius in your career zone. And so if you're working, if you're a business owner, if you're a parent, if you've got responsibility for family, or this could just be your identity out in the world, or bosses, it's all beaming down on you. So there's so very much work, and you may feel like not only is there a lot of work, but you're like, why am I having to navigate this alone? But don't crumble, because this can be a month where you can actually get a lot of work done, and a lot of good things professionally can come your way. Just watch for criticism at work and meeting timelines. So on December the 4th, you're going to see a full moon in Gemini. This is going to be happening in your natal 4th house of home and family. The moon's at home here, and this has been a 6-month period where you have been focusing on kind of concluding or completing goals revolving around your home, your family, where you're living. So some of you guys might finish renovating a home, buying a home, you're going home for Christmas or the holidays. It could also mean that there is a big change that's happening with your family. And, you know, if you happen to have anything around that 12, 13, 14 degrees, it's going to square you. So that means that it's putting the pressure on you to really figure out something about your emotions, your home, or your family. Inner security, reaching some kind of emotional fulfillment as well. The ruler of this is going to be in Scorpio in the 9th house, which can mean that you're traveling for the holidays, or maybe there is a sense of a female family relative or friend coming to travel to stay and visit with you. On the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Scorpio in your 9th house of obviously foreign travel, education, maybe publishing, legal matters, forming a trine to Jupiter, okay? So this is interesting because Mercury rules relationships. It's also going to rule traveling, so long-distance relationships. It could also be good news involving legal matters, good news involving travel or education, maybe spiritual insight, sparking some kind of joy or romance. And, you know, Jupiter retrograde makes you feel like a little nostalgic, right? So I think there can be a sense of you reflecting on when I was a kid, or who I used to kind of be in love with, or what I used to do for fun. And not a bad thing, but I love to see Jupiter and Mercury in a trine because it's giving you better communication. But for many of you guys, it's going to be like with a therapist, it's going to be with a lawyer, or it could be with family or a partner at a distance. On the 8th of the month, you're going to see Mars in Sagittarius in your work zone, squaring Saturn. So this is a day that you want to put on your helmet because likely there is a lot of career pressure that's going to start building. And this is where, you know, your career expectations, what you do for a living, who you work for, how you show up, it's pressuring who you are and your identity. So this is about protecting your energy. I think that unfortunately, you know, all the kind of Saturn ruled signs and also the Pisces risings are getting kind of beat up a little bit this month, where people are going, where's that report? It should have been on my desk. Or, you know, why aren't you dressed a certain way? Or why aren't you on time? And like people who are demanding and expect a lot of you. And you might feel like, you know what? Saturn's direct, Neptune's direct. I don't have to continue to work this way. Or maybe I'm going in a direction where I'm focusing on taking some of the constructive criticism and trying to show up and get things done, because if you can, I think you're going to be successful with the amount of planets in your 10th house. On the 10th of December, you're going to see Neptune stationing direct in Pisces. So this is very important. You know, one of the more important transits this year. You know, finally you start to get clarity about what you want, who you are. You start to see yourself clearly and recognize where maybe you have been avoiding taking responsibility for certain things. That also can mean your health, that can mean your habits, that can also be connected to, you know, any physical or mental health related challenges. They start to become a little bit more clear. Also on the 10th, Mercury in Scorpio in your 9th house will oppose Uranus for the 3rd time. This time Uranus and Taurus in your 3rd. So Mercury is relationships, obviously. It can be family. Uranus can be about, you know, unexpected kind of conversations and communication, or changes in your beliefs out of the blue. And this has happened a couple times. So go back to around Halloween last month. Think about what's happened the 18th and 19th of November. I think that with this opposition, there could be sudden belief shifting conversations or sudden trips that can kind of come up, or, you know, conversations that you strike up with people, you know, out in the world that really shift your belief or your philosophy. So watch for some of those conversations. On the 11th, Mercury goes into Sagittarius, where it's lighting up your career house, where this is about maybe, you know, getting out of the house and getting into work. It could also be about your relationships with people at work, or something about your relationship or your career status having changed recently, because this is where the retrograde actually began. Professional words are going to flow better. You're going to find that after the 15th, things get a little bit easier work-wise because we come out of the shadow. But with Mercury going into the 10th house, now you've taken time where maybe you've been traveling, or you've taken a break from work, or you've reevaluated your professional strategy. So now you feel like you're up and ready to kind of partner and connect and collaborate with people professionally again. Now on the 15th of the month, Mars moves into Capricorn. So it leaves your career zone, goes into your social zone. Mars likes Capricorn. This is 6 weeks, I think, of there being just a lot of you being busy socially. Granted, a lot of it can be professional networking or events that are connected to holiday parties at the office, seeing friends, that kind of stuff. Mars does involve travel and your belief system, and obviously Mars is also tied to money and resources, so you might be spending money on traveling to see friends, or throwing parties, or going to events. And I would really be focused on my future goals and friendships that can also kind of bleed into your professional connections that are going to help energize the direction of where you're going. Also on the 15th, you will see that the Mercury shadow is over, so you start to see some of the energy subside with what's been going on in your miscommunication at work, but there's still going to be some squares happening, so you're one of the signs that I would say you may not totally feel the effects of it subside until January. Now, on the 16th of the month, you're going to be seeing the Sun in Sagittarius coming into a square with Saturn in your sign, so you're getting kind of beat up again. One more identity test from the world, right? This is about you passing by being unapologetically you. Now, Saturn can mean I'm showing up, I'm committed, you know, I'm staying true to what I said I was going to accomplish. I'm, you know, following up with friends and, you know, following up on deadlines and other things that people are expecting of me. But it could also mean that this is a time where, you know, bosses, superiors, other people are just being a little critical of whether or not you're checked in, getting your work done, or being on time. So watch for conflict with superiors and people kind of trying to dominate you or making you feel less than. You might feel like you have to stick up for yourself in some way. And then you have a new moon in Sagittarius on the 19th in your career house, where this is the once a year time you get to set things straight for your intentions in your professional life. So if you're looking for a new job, you're getting ready to launch a business, if you are wanting to go for a promotion, if you're wanting to get more visibility, we set intentions under this new moon in your 10th house. Now, it's got some pros and some cons. I guess I would say the pros is that it's ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter's in your 5th. So you've already been going through a retrograde in your 10th house where you're like, do I want to do something different? Do I want to do something more creative? Do I just have to show up? And that you're really reevaluating if that's going to make you happy, or if you can be kind of trying to do work more independently, or kind of bringing some of your creative flair to your professional life. The challenge is that this new moon is still squaring Saturn and Neptune. So that represents 6 months of you saying, okay, I'm going to really push myself to show up and get a lot of work done. And it might be kind of like this, I'm going to show them energy, you know, like you're like Jerry Maguiring your way out of there and you're like, I'm going to go and, you know, show you. And it may take 6 months for you to finally get through that period. But I think this is about a powerful new career or public chapter that's going to begin, that's certainly going to test your abilities and also your vision. Now, on the 20th of the month, Venus will then come into a square with Saturn. So this seems to kind of imply that there can be some fear of not being enough professionally. You have to love yourself a little bit harder during this transit. Venus does deal with communication, and it is also going to be about your you know, your privacy, your values, especially in relationships, joint finances. So it might mean that somebody's being very critical about being like, well, you need to change this, or you need to change that, or change the way that you're acting towards people at work, or dress differently. And I would be like, ooh, you know, like, don't let other people's criticism make you feel like you're not good at your job. Love yourself, be, you know, who you are. Don't allow yourself to feel like you have to fall into some kind of cookie cutter, you know, type of personality or kind of style. On the 21st of December, you're going to see the sun go into Capricorn, which will go into your 11th house, putting an emphasis on obviously your goals, your friendships, your networking, maybe focusing on health and organization and groups. So that can be working out with friends, that could be scheduling meetings with other people, because of the sun's tied to your 6th. And this is putting really a light on, you know, your hopes and your community. So you're going into the new year being very hopeful and focusing on new goals. On the 24th of the month, Venus will be moving into Capricorn, so she will dance into the 11th house, which is going to be great for socializing, going to parties, having a good time with friends. This is also where friendships and dreams become beautiful and real, because Capricorn is an earth sign. Possibly traveling to visit people, or people coming to see you. There can also be major transformative conversations you're having with friends and reconnecting with people who you haven't seen in some time. Followed by the 30th, where you have the final Saturn square, where Mercury in your career house is now coming into a square with Saturn in your first house in your sign. For me, it's like you're coming to the end of the year, you're going, okay, I am making a final career refinement, or I am finally debating whether or not, you know, I can maintain the way that I've been working, or if I want to stay in the, you know, kind of business that I'm in, or is it time for me to go a new direction? Don't be too critical. Know that Mercury deals with relationships and families, so there could be a lot of conversations over the holidays of people being like, well, what's going on with work? Like, what happened to your boyfriend? Like, what's been going on? Like, what's up with you? And you can feel like people are being judgmental. But stand your ground, you know, focus on that quiet knowing of Jupiter retrograde in your 5th house, where you're like, you know what, I don't have to answer questions to anybody. I'm, you know, making decisions that are going to be best for my happiness and where I'm going to feel the most fulfilled, and I'm still figuring it out. Yeah, I think that by the time you get to Capricorn season, and you're even getting into January, a lot of this career stuff is going to ease up in a very, very big way. It's just, unfortunately, Sagittarius season is the midway point between the eclipses. So if you go back and you look at the eclipses that happened in September of 2025, a couple months ago, it happened in Virgo and Pisces. So you've been going through a lot of changes with relationships, or you've been really feeling isolated. And now there is this huge build-up period in career where it's like, yeah, if you cut the dead weight from a relationship that wasn't working, your career might soar right now. And in other situations, if you didn't, now there is the needing to make the professional or the kind of status change. And roll with the punches, Pisces. It's definitely a month that it can be a little bit more challenging for the mutable signs, and certainly for you because you have Saturn and Neptune in your sign. So your best dates are going to be the 6th and the 10th. Watch for Neptune going direct to be like a rebirth for you. The 19th, where you have an emphasis on a career new moon, and on the 24th. However, the challenging days will be the 8th, the 16th, the 20th, and the 30th. And look at each one of these as like a last wave of tension before you're going to kind of enter into calmer waters in January. Pisces, you're really, at 2025 is kind of closing out where things are dissolving. But I think you're quietly kind of gathering up everything that you need to. So when Jupiter turns direct next year, you can finally kind of come to the surface again, and you can feel a little bit lighter, okay? Because having fun, dating, romance, children, creative projects, those are all the things that you're going to do more of. So look at this as one final push to kind of get all of the work out of the way so you can focus more on the things you want to do in the next year. All right, so for the tarot, what do we need to tell Pisces and Pisces rising? What do they need to know? Bummer. I got the 5 of Cups. I'm not surprised by this because it can feel like some of the pressure that's kind of coming up with work, it's making you feel a little disgruntled, and there is a sense of you feeling kind of sad that people aren't cutting you some slack. But unfortunately, when planets are at the 10th house and they're squaring you, there is not going to be a lot of slack. And it can almost feel like with Saturn and Neptune direct, you can't stay in this sad, detached, lonely, isolated place. Like, you're going to have people that are going to start pushing you and saying, like, you can do better, or I believe in you, or I know you've got this, like, show me. And hopefully it's motivating people at work, motivating friends, therapists, hopefully even me too. Part of this conversation is kind of like the squares. And reminding you that you can't stay and just wallow in it. You have to get things moving. This is such an amazing period for you to really realize where you really have the opportunity to get out of your own way if you do want to make some big changes when it comes to your career. But with the 5 of Cups, also this is about not taking things too personally or harboring feelings and not kind of crying over spilled milk. So deal with it, if you want to get upset, have your moment and move on. Don't allow that to kind of shake your confidence and keep you from being center stage, especially in your professional life. Pisces, I hope it's a good one. Definitely give me some feedback. Let me know what happens. I will see you back here in January of 2026. Obviously, if you guys have listened this far, we are now completing the 12 sign horoscopes. Thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for being patient with me. I did record this when Mercury was in opposition to Uranus and lost the camera. So halfway through the 12 signs, my camera fizzled out on me and I dropped a whole bunch of profanities. So it's probably a good thing you didn't see that. Been dealing with it all week. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Go and check out the links below in the description. Head over to beyondtheveiledtarot.com. If you guys want to check out the sales that I'm going to have on my courses and my personal transit calendars, or if you guys want to pick up products or a tarot deck, check out beyondtheveiledtarot.com. I will also be putting out all kinds of other things throughout the month. So if you're new here, subscribe to the channel. It helps the channel grow. We're here Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays. And on top of that, we are going to be putting out some information about the 2026 personalized overview sessions I'm going to be offering, the audio files for the general 12 rising signs that I'm going to have for sale, and also my New Year's Day webinar that I always do. So that is all yet to come out. I'm going to cut my losses and not make any plans during this retrograde. I got to obviously wait till things go direct So thanks for your patience. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. 2026 is going to be killer, and I can't wait to see you guys then. Enjoy the month of December. Take care.